I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I've lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back. I feel like I'm caustic, looting your buddy, your homie still choking on gas. I'm laughing, big in the enemy, hoping they pick up your slack. Yeah, winning now feels like a thing of the past. You're proud to go throw up the glass. We take what we want, we leave in the trash. Racking up facts as we move through the map. We're waiting for people to follow my track. Go to swamps, don't take what we want. Tipping down, living some 50 day. What we owing, man, through the door, flat line, like you up. Always getting what we want, but it never is enough.
Finances are only controversial to those who lack imagination.
I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I've lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back. I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I've lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time that we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll.
Yeah, hey, I climb to the top.
I climb to the top, no matter the toll. what I say. We're going left, I need you by my side. We're going left, tell me why you're always on the right. Don't decide, I just need you to barely try. No, I fry, I just need you to not die. There's one left, I need you to win this fight. You should've rested, we lose like this every time. Go ahead and cry, you're not getting better. This isn't fine, we can't play together. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I say. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I say. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I say. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I say. Going left, I need you by my side. Going left, why you're always on the right. Don't decide, I just need you to barely try. No, I fry, I just need you to not die. There's one left, I need you to win this fight. You should've rested, we lose like this every time. Go ahead and cry, you're not getting better. This isn't fine, we can't play together. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I say. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I say. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I say. And tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I say. Patient, we wait to attack. I feel like I've lost it. I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking. Yeah, I'm taking your back. I feel like I'm caustic. Looting your buddy, your homie still choking on gas. I'm laughing, picking the enemy, hoping they pick up your slack. Yeah, winning now feels like a thing of the past. The props are gonna throw up the glass. We take what we want, we leave in the trash. Racking up facts as we move through the map. We're waiting for people to follow my track.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to week number 9 of Series E. My name is Yesu, your host. As always, excited to be back with you all once again as we kick off the final 3 weeks of competition here in Season 3 of Series E. It's going to be a super fun run to the finish here. It's Splash Week this week. One of the squads trying to battle for a spot in the top 4. They are right on Team Pop-Tart's heels, and that's a squad to keep an eye out for here tonight. Now, for those of you that are new, I want to break down just how Series E works. Okay, Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join. We have 9 teams that qualified either through our open qualifiers prior to the season or based on their placement in Season 2 of Series E. Now, all 9 of those squads have been drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands, and each player now makes $750 a month salary, okay? They compete weekly for points and prize money every Tuesday and Wednesday night, and they'll be competing here for you all this week. If you want to get in on the action yourselves, head over to matchareno.com/ESA. I have a ton of stuff to talk to you guys about tonight. I'll be here in between the games breaking some stats down, but the best part is we're ready to get into the action. It's week 9, it's Splash Week. Let's get Series E action underway.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E. Apex Legends starts right now. All right, welcome everybody to Series E as we are getting ready here for Nestle Splash Week. It's week number 9, and it's really coming down to the wire with 4 weeks left to go, Tom. Our teams that are on the bubble are really feeling the pressure now.
I'm stoked to see how Splash and Pop-Tarts are going to duke this out, because it's been pretty back and forth over these last couple of weeks. Splash has been kind of coming on, and then Pop-Tarts kind of falls short. I think we had a really great pro day for Splash, which was exciting, but now it's their week, and that kind of gives them a huge advantage, because we all know you really want to perform during your week, especially with only 3 weeks left.
Yeah, with only a few weeks left, it all comes down to this. Let's go ahead and talk about the action that's going to be taking place tonight. This is the open registration night, so we'll have 6 matches played on World's Edge. We have $500 on the line, $350 going to first place, and $150 going to second place. And of course, point distribution, this is ALGS standard. So 12 points all the way down to 1 point for getting you 15th place. And then, of course, every single kill point will get you 1 point as well. Since it's the open nights, let's go ahead and take a look at the 11 squads that'll be facing off against our partner teams tonight. As we've been seeing, there's been a big resurgence of the bench warmers over the last few weeks since their formation. We'll see if they're playing tonight as well to really test our teams. They were the ones that ended up winning last week's open night with Team Intel coming in second. And here are the teams that will be playing. So we got RNS coming in, Rizuki Namusona and Shosuke, one squad to definitely keep an eye on, along with Stick Drift OP. It does seem like we have a noticeable absence of the bench warmers. So not competing tonight, but we do have a team like Sniper Meta that I think we have to keep an eye out for, Tom.
Yeah, Sniper Meta is probably one of the top open teams that we have in this lobby, and the rest of the lobby is most likely rejoicing because they don't have to deal with Rambo, Madness, and Noct, which is just a really, really solid squad. So, looking forward again to right there in that middle of the screen, Team Splash. It's Splash Week. We got to watch out for Turns and Malice and Live, what they're going to be able to do. Turns has been playing really, really well week by week, and they're also getting ready for the upcoming ALGS season too, which is kicking off. Qualifiers coming up soon, and then obviously we have the invites that went out, and then the rest of it kicks off next month. So there's a lot of Apex to be played, and there's a lot of kind of adjusting to what's been going on with the meta, whether it's, Seer going and getting his nerfs, and then people kind of going back to Bloodhound, people kind of running Valkyrie and Caustic. So we're in an interesting spot right now with Apex. We're seeing even Wraiths and Octanes kind of get together too, and we've seen even changes of players going from certain legends like Gibraltar, like Zeratricky, to going on over to Wraith, depending on what day it is too. So it's always really interesting to see all the adjustments that get made throughout Series E.
Yeah, let's try to put everything into scope because we only have a few more weeks left. So if we can bring up the overall leaderboard, the season-long leaderboard for our partnered squads to really talk about the significance of these games now. Coming down to the wire, there's a big difference between third and fourth place right now between Team Razor and Pop-Tarts. So if you're in the top three, if you're Team Intel, Pringles, and Razor, you're feeling rather safe. Right now, though, we're looking at the 4 or 5 squads there in 4th through 8th. Pop-Tarts all the way down to Applejacks that still have a chance to secure a spot in the top 4, which means they avoid relegations and do not have to go back into the qualifiers. But right now, the race is between Team Pop-Tarts and Nestle Splash.
The only way Rice Krispie Treats is make it in there is if they switch games, started playing Mario Party, and then like steal the stars of Team Splash and Rockstar to kind of get an extra boost, because it's just not happening for them. Unfortunately for them, they're just going to be playing for respect over these next couple of weeks, and they deserve it. This has been pretty rough for them. But mathematically, you're right. 5th through 8th is definitely what we have to be looking at. We're looking at, possibly putting up 50, 60 points is a huge deal for one of these teams. Open day is where you get all those points back.
Exactly. So right now, Pop-Tarts and Splash, we saw them last week's Pro Night between games. They were just kind of trading positions back and forth all night long. And so we're going to be keeping an eye on them. Maybe Team Rockstar or Cheez-It come in from behind to steal spots, but it's going to be some hard work that needs to be put in by those squads. Right now, Pop-Tarts and Splash, they have been remaining fairly consistent across the last few weeks, making sure they're putting on 20 up to 40 points per night, which is what you really need to do. I mean, when we're talking about consistency, of course, one of the teams that we have to talk about was Team Intel last week, who did a fairly decent job, and that's why we find them sitting up top there. We'll see if they can maintain that first place position at the end of the season. They only have now about a 59 point lead over Team Pringles, which, remember, at the beginning of the season, Team Incel, they had a wide berth across other squads, but every time it came down to the Pro Nights, Team Intel just are not able to show up and perform the way they do on the Open Nights, Tom.
It's kind of interesting because they have some of the strongest skirmish capabilities. We also have Volhorst, who is just amazing, in my opinion, of the way that he moves around and the way that he's able to kind of adjust on the fly consistently. The tracking is really, really strong. Intel reminds me of a team like, I guess, Razor early on, where they were just so strong and really good at fighting. And then they had to learn how to win the games, right? And especially on the pro day. And that's so important to be able to have different styles of your game. And when you watch Razor play, it's surprising that they're not higher up on this list, because they're not doing very well on the open days like they used to. They used to just dominate those open days. And now it's a little bit different because teams are kind of catching on and they're not taking that many fights. But you have to be able to play the edge, and you have to be able to play the center of the circle. And there's a lot of different layers to being able to compete on our pro days, which are the most stacked lobbies that we have in Apex. I think that Intel has it. They just have to continue to make adjustments. Hopefully they're learning week by week, going back and watching the VODs. There's a lot of different ways that you can kind of step it up in terms of maybe your communication, maybe it's your strategy, maybe it's a legend tweak. Getting your landing spot is always huge too. And I'm pretty sure, don't they kind of switch back and forth between landing spots depending on what day it is?
Yeah, they do have to adjust with who's in the lobby. Nestle Splash, though, not having to make adjustments in between the nights, but looks like they are getting challenged already. Turns is going inside this train tunnel here, but there's actually 2 players. He's got to be careful. So he just steals a few loop-ins, and he's going to get caught out. Drop down to 1 HP. St. Markley will pick him off, and this is not a great start for Nestle Splash. But this is game number 1. We didn't talk about it during the preamble. It's going to be super important here in that first game to make sure that you're dropping safely, because things like that happen.
Well, Turns had the right idea. He's trying to stop that loot there, but you're not really expecting the other player in the lobby to be playing Octane right there. It's like, oh, I'm playing Octane, I can get out of here. Maybe it's Gibraltar, maybe it's somebody else, but the Octane just went and chased that down with the Havoc too. The Havoc has that unpredictable type of damage, right? So if you're trying to get away and they're already, firing that thing up and aiming at you, the next thing you know, if those shots are hitting, you're getting ripped really hard. And we heard your feedback. We know that you want to see more of the zones, more of the circles. And I agree. I think that circle knowledge is absolutely huge, especially for our, players that are trying to learn how to rotate here, whether you're watching or even being in part of it too. It's so nice seeing that mini map is a little green screen action with the crypto drone to fly by. And they're not going to be playing caustic with this. Typically you do see like a crypto caustic combo. This is going to be a kind of a unnatural composition. I still do like crypto. What do you think of crypto, James? You think that is going to make a comeback eventually?
I think crypto is incredibly strong, especially with, I think, one of the few things that are pretty much standard across most compositions is that Gibraltar, right? About 95% of the compositions are running the Gibraltar. And so in the late game, when you have that EMP, when it comes down to that final circle, if you can time your EMP to get rid of an enemy bubble and just bombard them with the Gibraltar ultimate, it can be incredibly potent. Now, he does, of course, lack that same kind of scanning capabilities that a Seer or a Bloodhound can afford you. But if you are on top of it, have good positioning, especially with that drone, it could still be really strong in giving you that additional information. But it's just the lobbies are generally so good at making sure that the crypto drones aren't around for too long. Now, here's the rotation coming out from Sniper Meta, one of the teams that we said definitely had to keep an eye out for, one of our stronger open teams, especially with players that have past experience here in Series E. We got Blight, Rollers, and Protectable now making their rotation down towards that Harvester side. And so I don't know if they were able to pick up the ring, but it seems like they're just getting the additional loot, the vault key coming in for them as we join on board with RKT. They're about to get the ring information and realize they're on the right side of it. And so the ring pulling up here towards No Name, towards Fragment East, they're going to be happy here in an early position.
So let's see how Rice Krispie Treats plays this, because they're in a perfect spot right now. They have one of the priority buildings. They were on the verge of taking that fight. I like the idea of backing off from that. They're going to be in a spot now where they're going to have to kind of coexist. Problem when you start holding these buildings down, if everyone else starts camping around, you're not going to be able to pick up many kill points. So if anyone's going to be moving around, it's going to be Inhume. He's going to be scouting where these players go, continuing to try to own real estate and push forward. And I like that. I like that they're playing smart here and making a really nice rotation early on, but also not overcommitting to any fights.
Yeah, you have to be careful here. You never know when that fragment rotation could come in. Zone is finally closing in right now. So the central teams should already be in position if they are trying to play central zone right now. As you can see, RKT trying to get that high ground platform and make their way over towards Overlook. There's a chance that this ring does pull on over there, and you'd much rather be on the hill and having to rotate uphill later on. A team playing above them, though, as it looks like Pop-Tarts is the team that's above them right now, holding this position, scanned out, but Z Davis does have the backup of Oxy Aries there. You've got a fort down just in case. So they're just going to go ahead and hold the building inside Overlook now, probably play for the yellow tanker ending at the end.
Good portal there from Lion. Also, even better haircut from Z Davis coming in with the swag today. And I like the way everyone's really playing this. It really depends on these unpredictable zones that we've seen. Typically, Overlook zones are a little bit easier to predict, but you never really know exactly what ending it's going to be. There's a handful of different ones over here, but holding those yellow tankers like you're talking about is always really, really solid. Also, it's nice having triple purple armor here in this type of instance. I mean, really the only thing Z Davis is missing is a mag on his weapon, because they're looking really, really solid. Intel, they're taking more of a geyser approach. They get the scans back there, and now they're going to be able to see that they have to make that rotation. And we're doing a great job of kind of covering the layers of the map from the teams that are working their way inside to the teams that are on the outside trying to make their way in. And now Intel's going to be put in an interesting spot, because we saw kind of what's going on all over the map, and now they're going for the risky going around the corner play to try to get to the back of Overlook.
Yeah, so they're going to try and play for Jungle Gym out here, and it looks like it is going to be a free position for them. Nothing coming up on that scan, the passive of the Valkyrie. Team Cheese It, though, playing on the edge right now. They've got a squad pinned down inside Harvester, and they have a decent angle set up, but it's about being able to punish that. So we'll see if Mollis is in position, if they get a knock, if they can try and might possibly push this, but with Mollis getting dropped down low now, Finicky has to play this a bit more cautiously here. It looks like they're just going to go ahead and avoid this fight altogether, though, as they rotate through. Don't want to get bogged down inside Harvester, and so they have the options for this. If they want to recommit onto this fight, they have plenty of time to do so, but they're losing the trades, and so at this point, you just kind of lose out on confidence here, and you just back away.
Is it really a trade when you're not having all members shoot at? It was kind of like, all right, Mollis, you go. All right, Finicky, you go. It was like some cover fire when they have just, nothing going for them. But that's how you do it. You got to have one player cover, one player run, and then that player heals up once they get tagged, and then they start to cover after as the next player makes their way through. So that was nice from Team Cheez-It. I mean, the only thing that you were talking about they could have did better is maybe hit some of these scout shots. But 2x first game, we'll see how it goes for Finicky. He's obviously in a tough spot. Cheez-It does not want to be stuck on the bottom trying to rotate through right now. We've seen how many other teams are in solid positions to win the game. So if you're Cheez-It, you may even want to consider playing edge and taking fights, or playing a little bit unorthodox, maybe set up an ambush inside that tunnel.
Yeah, Pringles, though, not looking to play edge at all in center zone onside that platform. Over by Overlook right now. You got the charge rifle in the hands of Fury. Plenty of ammo as well, as Rockstar find themselves in a fight. That's Cheez-It on the other end of this one. Losing out on two quickly. Rockstar just picking them apart. This is going to be some nice armor swaps for them. As we saw, it was triple purples, I believe, for them. Here's Applejack's coming in for the third party, though, but looks like maybe enough time elapsed for those bats to go off. Oso Rated R has to back away right now, as Kubsky himself, still sitting on that white armor, has been cracked. Defensive bombardment. Oso Rated R dropped down low. The only one covering that door for now. Blueberry Smalls is the healthiest member of his squad as he lays down that nade spam just to stop them, and somehow Oso Rated R survives, but Rockstar, they should have the armor swaps. They should have the purples to turn around onto this fight.
You could see if Blueberry was taking a little bit of an off angle, maybe peeking left-hand side. We're fortunate enough to be able to see these player outlines there. But if Oso Rated and Cubsy are taking so much damage, and if, in my opinion, Oso is staying inside that fight for so long, they had to be super weak. We didn't really have the comms, but I would have loved to see Blueberry chuck those nades, take a little quick off angle, then jiggle peek back. But either way, not overcommitting is always a really good decision, especially when you don't have superior armors like you're talking about in this fight. When you go for a third party, you're opening that it's fast, quick, and effective, but right now it's just time to get out, because then you'll end up being the fourth or fifth party, and nobody wants to do that, especially in this situation when you have to make your way. Always smart to get up top of this too when you could gatekeep, because they have to go all the way towards Overlook.
Yeah, they do not want to get sandwiched here, and so they're the ones that are going to go ahead and control the choke. It will be second zone, though, so whatever squad that they're trying to gatekeep can just rotate out over towards the Geyser side. It's just going to tickle that ring damage for them, so they can just rotate around this. But, ooh, they are hitting for flesh at range, so it looks like maybe multiple squads are in the area. So it was a good call from Applejacks to just back away from this one, not overcommit, especially this early on. It's round number 2. We still have 20 squads alive. They're not full squads, as 3 players are missing. And so they have to understand the game state. As Team Razor find themselves in a fight over here by Epicenter. Defensive bombardment has gone down, and Terra Tricky along with Hakulo just putting in the damage, taking out one, and now they're going to push in with that jump pad in the 3v2. One person has made his way into the Epicenter there as they secure that kill on to Ethgram there. And so Team Razor just looking again to play the edge. They had a bit of a slower rotate, of course, coming around from that Skyhook side, taking all the loot from Trials. So they typically will commit to the edge.
Wow, he's ditching the R301, and he's going with the R301 instead of the Hemlock there. I get it, the 2X is strong there. The 2X on the Hemlock is really good too, but Hakulo is ready to attract with whatever weapon he has. Those Hemlock shots are really good, and I still think that weapon is extremely strong. We see Zare Tricky use that fairly often, but Razor's always been known as the R301 team. That is so good at, again, taking fights over towards the edge, putting teams in awkward positions, and they're doing that again. Sniper Meta is stuck inside Dorito building here with not much zone knowledge either. So they're going to be one of those teams like you were talking about, Jamerson. If it doesn't pull over here, they have to make their way up towards that hill, which is never really fun. You're going to have to do that with a bounce pad, and then you may be stuck inside the tunnel down below Overlook, which isn't the worst spot, but you're always going to have to make your way back up towards that high ground eventually.
And we'll see if they try to clear out some of No Name here. We do have other teams involved. You have to also worry about the tunnel coming up from Geyser and all the other teams that'll be coming from the southwest. It's been a lot of slow rotations. We did see over by those chokes, by Harvester, by Lava Siphon, that a lot of teams were in that area. So for sniper meta, they can continue to play here in No Name, play on the edge. And it's RCO inside Fragment right now. Holiday dishing out a lot of damage, but oh boy, they've traded back now with the Nox gas and the barriers, excuse me, the bubbles coming in. They've got to be careful here. They go for the reset. We'll see if this Caustic team decides to pull push. Here comes Nestle Splash coming in for the third party, though, helping them out just a little bit. But Nestle Splash haven't been able to get much else going. At least they got turns back into the game for now, as we're seeing some knocks coming down. RCO is just going to go ahead and back away, understanding that the third party is there. So this is a good call coming up from RCO. Just get out of this fight.
And this is where there's so much fighting going on. It's tough to kind of show the map, et cetera, et cetera. But when we do get a calm area over here, it is really important that we try to get us overall arching area of what's going on in the map. Maybe it's a scan going for route number 4, or we at least see how many different teams are in different spots right now, because RCO is going to have their work cut out for them. This has been great kind of watching how this has been working from the Overlook side all the way towards these fragment sides. So Force Rockstar, though, this is not looking good. Aves goes down, Crummy goes down. They do have some knocks on the other side. This is against Team Cheez-It. We'll see what Kim Chi Lee is going to be able to do in this 2 versus 1. Not a good angle until he gets over towards the high ground, but now you can see the flank coming in behind him. Does some nice damage right there. Doesn't take too much, but Golden's doing the right thing. Hanging a battery, letting Mollusk come in, little bait and switch. Great job staying alive so far, but again, nothing you can really do there. He did everything that he could.
This is a round number 2 for them, but here's the third party coming out from ASE getting involved in this one. They have not been able to recover on the other side. ASE understanding the situation, that they've gotten some knocks as well. It's going to be a 1v2. They had one player, of course, covering the door all the way back. That's going to be Gordo up top right now for them. And so we'll see if Cheez-It can get back into this, but it looks like ASE, they're just going to be happy controlling this for now. There's a team outside as well, as Nestle Splash continuing to fight over here at Frag. It does seem like they were able to secure some kills and some loot, which they desperately needed. So now they're still sitting on the blues, but at least they pick up this mid-game loot for themselves. ASE, though, starting to get pressured right outside this tunnel now as the nades do come out. Psycho looking to try and put some aggression onto them, but I don't really need to force this issue. They're going to go for it. Bubble forward now. He needs the rest of his team, and it's a little bit short. It'll get him through that door, but the bubble on the other side came out a little bit later. Now you can see they are not wanting to just go ahead and full bore into that. They back away, try to play the choke, and this is an odd fight as 2 members of ASE get cracked, but maybe they did damage back. They push forward, 73 with that PK. Psycho has not gone down quite yet, but here comes the pinch from another squad. ASE does not have time to recover, and JIN are here to punish them.
It's always good to take that fight as soon as the bubble goes down. I mean, you have to take these extremely fast for this reason, especially. So many squads left here. You're not really expecting this on the open day. Typically, it's a lot faster paced than this, but all these teams playing this extremely disciplined big grenade right there as Blueberry is just going in. I've been so impressed with his movement overall. Just look at the way that he's going in and out of that bubble. All the shots are in line as well. Applejacks looks like they're focused today. I mean, we're only a couple minutes in here today on our open day, but to me, Applejacks looks like they're the partner team that came out to play.
And we're down to finally 15 squads. We have hit placement point territory here. Now with caps going down, that's going to be top 14 for Applejacks. They have their options for them and how they want to rotate out of this one. They don't have to really commit to one side, because we know that JIN are the gatekeepers of that vault. Now this ring pulling away from No Name here. As you can see, it's going up towards that God spot along the ridge line. Maybe the yellow tankers are still in. We'll find out in just a moment here. But the Overlook teams, we should see some action there very shortly, as a lot of them are going to have to rotate into that same side. But it's just Nestle currently trying to weed out a lot of the competition here in No Name.
Yeah, I'd love to see if we can, yes, a little third party flying camera action over here. Third person, excuse me, third party. Yeah, it was about to be a lot of third parties if you look around what's going on. Bubble goes down for Fear and Live. Turns is on the ropes over there. Rolders is on the ropes, but they have healing, I'm sure, inside of that building. This is those unpredictable zones that we were talking about, where you can pick one or the other spot, and you got to try to get really lucky at certain points. I believe this is a zone I've seen Liquid play really, really well. They kind of sit in the back Jamerson, you know what I'm talking about, right? Where that back crack of the mountains are, because like you're kind of overseeing both sides. You can play the filter between Overlook, and then you still have eyes on No Name.
Yeah, you keep an eye on that new path into Overlook coming out from the vault tunnels there. You got to make sure you keep an eye on that. Nestle Splash, though, looking to push forward. Bubble has come out, but now they need to just cover this door as Turns tries to get that bat off for himself. Fearing Live backing away from that Thermite as well, as a lot of nades are being extended into this, and this fight is coming at an awkward time. With 12 seconds left to go, they do not commit onto it. They decide to back away now as their new focus is for the rotate here. They're getting the information from that Bloodhound. A lot of activity inside the tunnel. Now they just need to hoof it in here. They've already committed that jump pad as well. They're just trying to cut off the team behind them, but Gibby took a lot of damage. And now with 40 seconds to go as the zone starts closing in, here's Team Intel. We saw them set up the rotate for this earlier on. You can see exactly why. Playing for Jungle Gym, controlling space with that caustic as well as Duke gets challenged, but Lion will fall. Instant turnaround onto the next member. They've got the barrels down as well. Accidentally taking the port, but they should be able to finish off this squad in just a moment. Verhulst going back as they have full control now. This is what we're talking about. Playing for Overlook instead, because ultimately, if you try to play a No Name, things like this happen to you. Nestle Splash in the scramble go down. Team Razor pick up some of those kills here, but they're only playing this one out as a duo, and they're sandwiched. They got a team to their north and a team to their immediate south as well. They're gonna get pushed as Baby Thule goes down. Defensive bombardment has been used on them. It's Applejacks on the other side of this one. Kutsuki has fallen, but two members are still up as the scans go down. Another defensive bombardment, and oh my goodness, Applejacks finding themselves in the middle of the battlefield will get cleaned up. RCO will take them out.
Yeah, that was defensive bombardment on top of defensive bombardment on top of defensive bombardment on top of like 5 frag grenades and like 3 arc stars. There was no way getting out of that situation. Everybody was waiting for that uphill battle that had to come. And see where we're looking east side. That's where I'm talking about that Liquid loves to kind of lock that down with their back towards the mountain. But the team that ends up kind of being last here in these situations where everybody's got to filter up this hill is a team that's going to succeed. You have to try to hold on to your bubble. You have to hold on to your defensive bombardment. And like we were talking about earlier when we were watching Crypto play, that could have been an opportunity maybe to have a huge EMP that would have changed the entire course of what was going on, whether you're playing, you know, where Team Intel's playing, et cetera, et cetera. I still love Intel's composition. I think that this is extremely strong. I think that the Caustic combined with the Valkyrie is just, you know, it just makes sense, right? You can get scans that you could fly to a spot. You set up early just like that. If it was Pro Day, maybe that spot would have been taken on the Team Intel side. It's not that easy to get one of these priority spots over there, but there was teams that were a little bit scared because there was so much going on the Overlook side. Now RCO makes their way from the high ground over towards the area where Liquid likes to go and hold. This little crevice over here is key, but now they're going to need some sort of grenades to filter people out. Ooh. That'll work right there. Kraber to the body.
Yeah, Nano was holding on to that shot for so long now. They've got the knock. They're going to be able to push up. Another kill coming out as Intel helped them out. And so it's going to make this rotate a little bit easier for them. They don't have to worry about JIN holding on that choke for now. They've got a full team coming up behind them here. They instantly turn around. Bubble has been used by Borden as they back away and try to go for the full reset before they push this last squad. The zone is pressuring them, and they have, of course, jumped past them. That was Presley along with Team Pringles just falling below. Here's Team Intel with that high ground control right now. You can see Verhulst has the full eagle eye view above them. He's even got some caustic barrels up here to help him out. They're trying to get involved in these fights, but I think they're in a good spot. They don't really need to force the issue here. Duke is the only one right now on the low as he's trying to secure these kills, and Verhulst just plays up top by himself, anchoring for his squad. He's got to be careful because, of course, jump pads still exist. This high ground can get contested, but they're doing such an amazing job right now of controlling so much space in this final circle, Tom. It is going to be the last 2 squads remaining, but Dupe has fallen. RCO picked that one up. Holiday's the only one left, and now it's going to be the final 3v3, but Intel are down to just a duo here, as we do have Dupe bleeding out on the low. Skittle Cakes trying to heal up throughout all of this.
I like this play. He's going to go drop down with the Thermite. Has Light Star Joe fairly weak, but that is a battery going in on over towards the back. Skittle Cakes with the L-Star, though. There's still a chance. Force is still full shields. Coming in with the flank, almost getting the knock out of the Gibby. He's able to. Skittle also hits the heal. There it is. Team Intel basically with the 2-on-3. I mean, that's why we were talking Verhulst up before this thing started. You could see how this man plays, the thought process behind Team Intel. If they could just apply that on the Pro Day, man, they are a winning team. Very well done.
Yeah, and you can see the strength of having that Valkyrie, especially. We always talk about it here in Apex Legends. When you're one of the few teams running that Valkyrie, that makes your Valkyrie that much more important, that much stronger. It comes down to basically any other legend, like having the Caustic there in the late game as well. You can see how long that they were able to just fight in that 2v3 and take the win. So congratulations to Team Intel for getting the first win of the night. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 after this.
Hey guys, I'm just Gibby, and whether it's in game,
You're in that choke point closer to Geyser. The fight going down over to the side that Eva aimed from. Just Gibby.
or out of game, I hit all my shots. If you guys are ever looking for the latest gear or drinks, head over to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and this is Splash Week.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 in the books, and what a finish by Team Intel, grabbing the first win of the day here, carrying the momentum from what was a strong performance during their sponsored week. If you remember, they finished second place last Tuesday night, and then an okay 7th place finish on Wednesday as well. They continue to build on their lead at the top of the overall standings, and that win right there is certainly going to help them out. And we got to see the finish there, Verhulst and Skittlecakes setting up those beautiful overlapping lines of fire there, and RKT just walked right into the trap, and Intel sprung it so well, finish that off, win the 2v3 and grab the game. Let's check out our player of the game here for our first one of the day here during Splash Week. Hopefully, I don't know. I'm a big Intel fan. I want to see them keep popping off like that, so I'm hoping to see more. But let's look at Verhulst here. Grabbing player of the game, honors 5 kills and 2 assists. And look at that, just short of 2,500 damage in the first game of the day. Verhulst came into this week tied with Mr. Hakulo for the lead in kills this season of Series E. They were both sitting at 149 kills at the start of today, and that means Verhulst does eclipse that 150 mark. And honestly, Verhulst looks like one of the best players we have ever had here in Series E. I think he and Mr. Hakulo are, along with Phony, are the 3 best players that have ever been signed to a Series E team. Verhulst continues to show it on a week-to-week basis here. I'm excited to see that team finish this season and compete in ALGS. And also, do want to let you guys know, obviously it's Splash Week. We're doing another giveaway. I got an awesome Splash prize pack over here. You can see a cool little portable battery pack and a wireless speaker. We want to send you a Splash giveaway pack that includes a Razer keyboard, so make sure to use !giveaway to get in on the fun. We're going to go to a quick break though. When we come back, it's game number 2, and we'll have to see if Intel can do it again.
Hey, what's up? I'm Mamba, and I hit my shots.
Throwing them in, they should be able to get the knock very shortly here. Smileless Mamba using the passive from that.
It's like I hit my water bottle flips. All right, this is how I do it. Oh! All right, that's the one. That's the one. That's gotta be the one. You guys ever thirsty? Want to try a new drink? I recommend Splash. It's a really good drink. Just head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex for Team Splash, and you're watching Splash Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. In game number 1, we had Team Intel taking the win. We saw them. We were able to catch the rotation out thanks to our lovely observers with that Valkyrie, gaining that game-winning position early on, Tom.
It was really impressive to play. I mean, Observer Team really stepped it up this week. We got basically every single thing that we needed to in that game, from teams fighting on the edge to all of the teams having to rotate from the bottom of No Name to Overlook to teams setting up to Overlook early. Team Pop-Tarts portaling in, Intel rotating over towards the back, and then just the bloodbath that happened on the teams that had to push their way up the hill there. That was probably the best part of the game, when we were watching Team Applejacks bounce around like a ping pong over at the on the rotation. RCO is there. They're looking good with the Kraber. A lot of our open teams are putting up a really good fight, and I like to see RCO come through and get into a final circle early, because they're still one of these teams that come back week after week. I've played against them in matchmaking a handful of times. Very talented players. Just would like to see them perform, and we got a pretty decent performance from them in game number 1.
Yeah, I think game number 1 really did show us exactly why you need to play Overlook when you see that kind of circle. We were talking about the inconsistency of the circles when it comes down to that 50-50 No Name versus Overlook. You want to be an Overlook if possible. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard, though, to see how many points Team Intel actually put up, and that's going to be a plus 25 for them. 13 kill points overall. Those points alone eclipse what Team Rice Krispie Treats were able to do. They're now tied in second place up against RCO, 13 points overall. And then you have Team Applejacks and Team JIN bringing up the rear, tied for 10th. And we have Razor and Splash also in the running here after game number 1, both tied for 6th place with 7 points overall.
This is what tends to happen with Intel on these open days. As we take a look at our Mobile and high performance moment of game number 1, they've been so strong on the open days that it takes a lot of the points away from the teams that are trying to get these opportunities. You can see why. I mean, they're already down one player here. Dupe's down. Vorholz has the presence of mind to finally drop down, wondering if he should get the res. He was also considering using the knockdown shield. Thinks about tossing out the missile barrage right there too, but now he has to work with Skittle Cakes. And the fact that Skittle Cakes wins his 1v1 over towards the side right here, that Arc Star pushes Inhume over towards him. So now that he can go and take this angle, Skittle Cakes can win his. He baits and switches, is able to hit a battery right here, takes another off angle so they have no idea where he is, slides in behind both players basically, and doesn't even miss a shot with that entire clip. Maybe like 2 or 3 shots with the Volt there. Really nice scout shots as well, and just amazing execution. I mean, Vorholz is on point in these skirmishes, and his Valkyrie is S tier.
Yeah, it's been a huge compositional change for them, but luckily, of course, they've had Series E week in and week out to try and really flesh this one out. Vorholz going over towards the Valkyrie instead of playing the Bloodhound that we saw him during the qualifiers, and Skittle Cakes picking up a less mobile legend. Going from the Valkyrie to that Caustic has to be an immense change, but I feel like they're really coming to form, especially whenever we get into these open nights. They look spectacular. But like you said, Tom, it's about being able to also transition this play style into the pro nights. So while things look great I want to see the same performance coming out from them when it comes to the Pro Nights. Let's go ahead and head into game number 2. Remember, Team Intel took the win in our first game of the night. We'll be joining on board with them, dropping over at Lava City. And we got to see some great rotations coming out from them. You can see how much of the focus comes out from them, playing that big macro game, getting center zone, making sure they get their caustic into the late game.
When we're looking at the Pro Day, the big difference besides just the mechanics and the shots, et cetera, would be the rotations and how fast the teams are rotating. And typically, I think that the rotations are about 25 to 50% faster, and they're more well informed on our Pro Day. And Intel, if they would have sent over towards from the geyser area to the back of Overlook at the time that they did on the Pro Day, that probably would have been a grief on whatever team was sitting over there, and they would have got third-partied in the back. So I think if they were rotate a little bit faster on the Pro Day, they're going to be in a really good spot. As we take a look at this potential epicenter survey camp zone, it's going to be interesting to see, again, what happens with this one, where that decides that it's going to bounce towards.
Yeah, that one's actually really difficult to call. I don't know where this one actually ends. So we're going to see a lot of teams trying to camp the beacon buildings that are in the zone for zone number 2 at best. So you can play off that frag west. You can play over at epicenter as well. I don't think there was one. I don't think that the train platform had one. I didn't actually get an eye out on that. But right now, though, Team Intel are winners of game number 1. Their loot already looks great. You got the purple armor on Verholst along with the blue 4 Skittle Cakes. Dupe is still sitting on the white for now. But it looks like Team Pringles might be getting 50-50'd over here by Climatizer on the northeast side of the zone. So they're no strangers to it. They have been getting challenged, whether it's open night or pro night, fairly frequently here. You can see why they play so tight and so close together when it comes to that. They take control over the northern side, and they'll try to poke at range. As you can see, the longbow still in the hands of Fury right now.
When I see these northeast zones, the team that comes to mind for me is Razor. I think that Razor does a great job of executing these. You can see them playing the epicenter hills very well, and they're just really knowledgeable in terms of how to navigate that part of the map when so many teams are starting to fly in there. So we'll see who elects to kind of play super passive. In my opinion, the super passive play would be go over towards survey and sit in one of the buildings and then try to make your way out. That's kind of similar to what the teams did on that no-name area in game number 1. And then the other teams that are feeling pretty confident are going to either play the edge full-time or they're going to get up towards the top of epicenter.
Yeah. For now, though, it's about the slow play for Team Pringles. They are always going to have to stay wary of the team that challenged them, right? They just took the loot and ran off, and now they're sitting on white armor. So they're currently in a very, very tough predicament. They're not going to have too much action here on the northeast side. It's all about trying to gain a position, really utilize these longbows, long-range weapons, if they can get a charge rifle as well, to try and charge up those white Evos. But looking at Team Applejacks right now, they're getting challenged, and it's going to be a full send coming out from them. Nades out, Bubble's already been used, but Kubsky has to be careful. There we go. Blueberry Smalls getting that first knock on the B-Born. On the other side of this fight, it looks like Kubsky turns around just in time and gets the big hit. RCO get knocked out. They're one of the teams that were tied in that top 5 position, as it looks like 6XZs gets right on top of Sniper Meta and takes them out. No problem whatsoever over here at Landslide. Third party coming in, though, Tom.
Yeah, you saw the armor swap there. Actually keeps him alive, so that was really nice. But now everyone's extremely weak, and they have the damage and the ticks on the back, and they know exactly where they are. So Crummy goes and even hits his armor swap of his own. Multiple jump pads are going to be around too. Unfortunate, because they took that fight so well and so clean, but Rockstar is just on top of the case.
Yeah, Rockstar hitting the typical timing, though, coming out from that Lava Siphon countdown area. So you had to be aware of the third parties coming in here. And so 6XZs are about to lose out on two members. You can see Box of Tea going down. Now Cheez-It making their way through Harvester right now, as it looks like they want to get involved in the fight that was taking place around here previously, but it doesn't seem like they're going to find much action. They can, of course, take their time with the replicators here as we join on board with Nestle Splash. They're trying to take control over the beacon building. And yeah, there's no beacon here, unfortunately, but they do have a team that they want to try and clear out. Bubble's been used, turns is on the flank. He's got to be careful as he is by himself, and it's going to be JIN coming in once again. Oh my goodness, Nestle Splash is getting cleaned up by JIN.
And you really got to give credit to nuke in his bubble there that stopped the other team from going in. And I'm not quite sure why Splash didn't commit. Again, once those bubbles go down, everyone has to be on the same page. And Turn sees that, he goes in, he flanks. Meanwhile, they're afraid to just walk through a bubble. It's not a caustic barrel, it's not a Watson fence, it's a bubble. You use it to your advantage, and you could have just went up forward, jiggle peeked in between the two bubbles, and probably did a lot more damage. But there was an arc star inside of the bubble as well, so Jayon played that really well. Meanwhile, Lion, seeing what's happening in the kill feed, he's gonna be working with Z Davis over here. Z Davis just laying massive shots in left and right. Does get taken out by Caps though with the jump PK. Are there third parties in the area? 8 seconds to the scan. He's gonna have enough time to get this res here and then hit a scan and get the next res.
Very scary situation. There were teams on the high ground actually firing at them. But here we go. Back over towards Climatizer now. It's going to be Team Blockbuster. We saw some good things out of them last week. We'll see if they can pick up more here. They're trying to push up. There's the first knock. Venom and SPK to go down. It's a 1v3. Never mind. Team fight's already over. Blockbuster cleaned things up. Team Pringles tried to come in for the third party there, but they're just way too late to the party. They're still not going to be able to get anything. And they're just so much time being bought for Blockbuster to go for the reset. Bubbles out as now Pringles decide to push up with the scans, with that Beast the Hunt. But the armor situation is much better on the other side. They need to come up with a huge opening here, and they have hit for Flesh. They're going to try and slide in for this one, getting the crack onto that purple as well. They really desperately need to get these kills, especially with the loot that they got off drop now. Depressley here on the side, setting up himself an off angle, but it looks like Blockbusters might have been able to back away safely. And so Team Pringles are just going to go ahead and call it there. And at least they get the blue armors evolved for themselves, but they're not going to get much else off of this fight.
Unfortunately, Fury has just like the worst combo right now. He's got this longbow without a good scope on it. He's got the R301 with rarely any attachments on it. Meanwhile, you switch over to Razor, and there's always loot in their hands. They're rocking double purple, blues, scopes on their weapons, multiple mags looking good as well. So unfortunate for Pringles there that they didn't have what they were looking for. Nice placed bubble there to cover their back. You're going to see some good angles being taken by Zeratricky. That's what's scary is when Razor is on the case right now. Hakilo going in for the finish as well. If he has a nade, this could be deadly.
Yeah, here he goes. He had that scan down as well from Baby Thule, forcing them back. Arcstar forces him forward, and they're going to go ahead and give chase. A lot of nades being used by this squad right now. They're trying to back away, but Hakulo's taking almost no damage forward. Has to be careful on that 1v3 peak, but the rest of his team has fallen suit, and now they are in there with him. It's going to be ASC losing out on Brandon, and now Team Razor will easily clean up this squad. But here's Rockstar with the third party coming up behind them. The armor swaps were not fast enough. Crummy getting the first knock on to Mr. Hakulo. And now the things, the dominoes are falling here for Team Razor. Quick cleanup from Rockstar. And it was really unfortunate because we actually saw Team Rockstar on the outlines. They were on the northeast side, or excuse me, the southeast side of Skyhook that entire time. They were waiting for it, and they pounced instantly on this fight.
A lot of good happened during that fight. Mainly Hakulo coming in, playing extremely aggressive. You saw, just great discipline with everybody focusing players when they needed to. Razor chases that. Unfortunately for them, they get taken out because Krubby's Prowler was just looking so good, doing so much burst fire damage the entire time. Also deciding not to heal throughout all of that so they could clean the fight up a little bit faster, I thought was a great decision as well to give themselves a little bit more of an advantage. Meanwhile, Applejack's now trying to do some gatekeeping. Still just zone number 2, so they're probably considering, and you can see the pings down, we have a lot to rotate towards. So instead of gatekeeping ourselves, let's just go and make sure we don't get gate cap as well.
Yeah, and we were talking about how in game number 1, it felt extremely slow. Not the case here in game number 2. We're already down to 12 squads, 33 players remaining. Intel taking their slow time, rotating through as they make their way finally into Fragment, trying to get a bit more information. If they can get the ring scan, that would be very valuable, especially with this Valkyrie here, to understand where they want to play this. You can see the pings going down. A lot of teams still in Fragment right now, so they have to be careful as they make their approach here, because they don't have the Bloodhound scan. They don't have a Seer scan to clear out a lot of these buildings, so it's going to have to be building by building, essentially, as they move forward now. They do have that beacon here in Frag East, so they'll be able to pick that one up, and then they'll be able to get that game-winning position for themselves.
Yeah, they're going to go and take the high ground from the broken building first, make sure that everything's A-okay so they can get the ultimate high ground over here. when that happens, I'm expecting, like you were talking about, a bubble scan into a Valkyrie ultimate to decide exactly where they're going to go. That's going to give them a lot of information. It's going to be a little bit risky, though, to take that flight path this late into the game. With only 12 squads, though, it creates a little bit more opportunity compared to the first game. Nice shot there from Blueberry.
Yeah, while there are less teams, there's still going to be a lot less pressure on those teams, so they'll be able to look up into the sky for free, get some damage off, so you do have to be careful when you use that Valkyrie ultimate for now. There we go. We've got that ring information, so a lot of Fragment West in. We have that train platform in as well. So this is still a difficult call for our squad.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
There's an opportunity. Maybe this goes over towards the market side. It can still go over towards that train platform, or it could go even into Epicenter. So this is such a difficult call right now. But if you're Team Intel, you're not sweating it too much. You're gonna have that Valkyrie ultimate to get yourself out of these tight situations. Applejacks, they're just gonna go ahead and play a little bit more passively now, gaining control over one of the main buildings here in Fragment West.
I could see something crazy happening, like if Applejack splits up from their building and goes on multiple floors while Intel's like flying in the air. Intel is smart enough to even take this roof. So Applejacks, in my opinion, needs to keep all 3 players on this roof. There's no reason to run on over towards these bottom floors. You still got to keep that Valkyrie in mind. And this is one of those buildings that's going to give you a lot of opportunities for kills. Look at how much line of sight you have on the map. Look how much open ground these teams have to make their way towards you. This is a really good spot to be in for Applejacks.
Yeah, and if you're Team Intel, you can still stick around that beacon and pick it up as soon as this ring closes. We have about 10 more seconds, and so that's when you're going to get that call to be made. It's going to be another bubble scan, and then they'll make their rotation plans. You can see Applejacks trying to ping out positions for themselves, figure out where they want to go. But important, of course, right now to keep their wits about them and make sure that fragment is cleared. Looks like, of course, they are in for this next zone, so they can just play neutral here for now. They've already got some early kill points for themselves, and they're about to hit top 10.
I like how Blueberries, I thought they were inside the top of the stairs, like drafting their fantasy football teams or something, as they were like looking out the window. I'm like, what's going on here? Is anyone going to help Blueberry with these line of sights? There's a lot of kill opportunities that are going to come right here. And you know, having some sort of long-range weapon is phenomenal here. And the Wingman is one of those weapons where if you could just hit those shots, you're going to be chunking players. So I love that they're sitting up there with that type of utility. Rice Krispies, though, man, absolute shambles over here. Triple white armor. That's just asking to be sent on.
Yeah, someone got the armor check on Lightstar Joe as well. Clinical and Inhuman have to be careful in their peaks, because if they give away that they're sitting on whites as well, that might just be the full send coming up from any other squad. You know that there are purples abound all here in Fragment right now. So they have to be careful with what kind of information they give away to the other team. So you can see no big ego peaks coming out. Lightstar Joe is the main person to check out these windows. As you can see, Clinical and Inhuman are trying their best to avoid LOS, to not give this away for now. A lot of teams in the area, though, so maybe it won't be a full send. But with Applejacks to their west right now, this could be an easy full send for Applejacks if they know what they're fighting up against.
I'd like to see Clinical hit some scans. There we go. I mean, that was down for, he had that available for quite some time. There's no reason. Every 25 seconds, man, just start throwing that thing out there and see what happens, just to scare teams off, right? You don't want people thinking that your building's free. They approach your building, and then you just get ripped apart. And there's another armor check right there. Tough. They're going to be running out of cells, and all of these cells are going towards a gray armor that they can just easily reswap of any body inside of World's Edge right now. And man, I feel for them. They're gonna have to basically hope for a miracle at this point in terms of other teams fighting around frag.
They've already also used things like their Phoenix kits and such, and so their economy is looking very scary and scarce in that situation. Right now, though, Team Cheez-It playing the Western Edge. It looks like they have been able to gatekeep a lot of teams that came out from the Southwest side. They'll have a lot of this for free. They don't really have to push out quite yet. They can wait for the ring to close and then figure out where this one goes. And it's going to be a train platform ending. As you can see, the Team Intel were able to get that. They were able to just walk into one of these buildings here in Frag West. The big strength for them, of course, is that they don't have to get caught up in the scramble when a lot of teams end up here in Fragment, but they do need to deal with some of this. They have a full squad above them right now. We'll see. Maybe they try and send it on to this squad. They do have the Caustic to work off of at least.
Well, they're in the next zone here too. So I think if both teams kind of coexist in the corner of that building, that's going to give Intel a huge advantage, because the more that you could filter the players together, the more likely you're going to be able to get them with the caustic, and Skillcakes is going to thrive in that scenario. He could just like kind of barrel his way up the stairs if that's an opportunity too. There goes Rice Krispie Treats. They are going to get sent on. We knew that was going to happen with these gray armors.
Yeah, Team Intel, they have the huge HP advantage as they've got a lot of cracks, and they were able to full heal up. Verholz goes for the peek, and he does some damage at the very least, backs away to that barrel. We'll be covering that door. The rest of Team Intel ready to push up now. It looks like the Beast of the Hunt was popped on the other side. Here we go. They're leapfrogging those barrels forward, trying to cut down on that space that they're trying to play off of on the other side. Bat's getting handed off by Dupe as well. He's sitting on that gold armor, so he just needs to rely upon the cells. And now they pop that barrel, they pop the bubble, and they push forward here. And they've almost got the knock, and Human's the first one to fall. Intel's taking a lot of damage, but they don't lose out on anyone. So the third-party threat, not quite there as Team Intel go for that quick reset.
Plus the barrels too. I mean, no one's gonna want to go and push that. Meanwhile, they're getting sent up on the Applejack side. It looks like it's gonna be, it looks like a bounce pad over towards the roof. Really nice shots from Shroom there, but he does get taken out. Blueberry's been on point so far. Now it's up to St. Markley, who we saw get the first kill of the game against Turns. Now he is taken out as well. Now it's Applejacks being sent on continuously. Tough situation for them. I mean, the bounce pad over towards the roof at that 30-second mark, no one is expecting that. And now Intel on the case, taking priority now.
This is amazing, but now Team Intel have to be careful. Another team has shown up. They do finish off the kills on the ground, though, so that'll be some additional kill points picked up by Team Intel, and they have a much better building to play off of, especially if they want to try and utilize this Valkyrie ultimate a little bit later on, instead of having to climb and walk up that hill. So Team Intel, great recovery, but they still have to deal with the threat on their roof right now, Tom, as the teams are being set up for that late game.
If they wanted to, worst case scenario, they could retreat back to their building because that thing's still in. So I totally am on board with containing this and trying to hold this as much as possible, but they are having a couple different options, and that's always good late in this game. Meanwhile, Rockstar with this fight, you can see the amount of damage Abe's is taking, but he's playing smart, taking angles, trying to zoom in with that EVA 8. Unfortunately, it's a little bit tagged over towards the side, which forced him into taking a bad angle. And now Kim Chi Lee gonna have to do this all by himself with the Wingman Spitfire. That E-Gun's going to do it. It's going to be that Spitfire, but you can see how healthy Team JIN is, and they're also getting ready for these potential third parties. Really heads-up plays and awareness coming in from Jeski.
Yeah, it's a sheer platform ending here. As you can see, that platform is going to be in along with that hill, and we've seen from our games in the past how strong holding that high ground angle can be. So if they have the opportunity, they should try and set up there, maybe of course throwing down a jump pad for themselves, give you great line of sight, but they can just slow play this one for now. Looks like Team Intel and Cheez-It are stacked on top of each other right now, both squads basically stuck inside Fragment here. So teams like JIN and we have two other squads I believe still alive in this, and look to try and gatekeep. Team Intel are starting to run out of time. They've got 40 seconds left to go, and they need to make a decision exactly how they want to do this. They can try to go for that bubble Valkyrie ultimate, but that can leave themselves quite vulnerable. As you can see, they're waiting for that drop down from Team Cheez-It. And now it's just about trying to find a good spot if they go for this Valkyrie
good scan,
ultimate.
Though. Yeah, this is two things. It's them potentially going and try to use that Valkyrie ult. It's also them setting up an ambush like you were talking about for them to drop down as well. But that scan showed where they went, and now they're in a little bit of a tough spot. They could, again, rotate back towards the bottom here and take a different fight and go up the zip line. But really, the only other option for them was to take the fight by going up the zip. And that's just not what you do against these top teams. It's basically suicide. So instead, they're going to bubble it down, go for the Valkyrie ult, and this seems to be the right play.
They have to be careful, and we'll see if Cheez-It decide to shoot at them, taking very little damage while they're in the sky, but that's just for now. Blind rotate out. Luckily for them, they have that Valkyrie passive to give them that information, as Cheez-It are afforded a free jump pad rotate now up onto the higher ground, and Team Intel find themselves a small pocket to work off of here on the banner. Luckily for them, no one is actually peeking that high ground, and so they have this for free.
This is twice they've taken just amazing angles towards the tail end of the games, and it's going to be so tough to deal with them, especially because you know that Skillcakes has a lot of his utility too. You know that Verholst is going to be playing like a madman inside taking these fights. They're going to drop down, get one. There's another kill as well. 5 kills for Skittlecakes. They're still so healthy. That's what's scary for the other teams. They think that they can go and push this third party. Next thing you know, you're overextending and you just get ripped apart by the triple red armors. Look at these angles that Verholst is taking.
It's the final 3 squads. I think Intel, Cheez-It, along with Team Pringles, I want to say, still alive on the other side of this one. But Team Intel, off their fresh win in game number 1, are looking to do it back-to-back. And no, it is not going to be Team Pringles on the other side. It's Flinzar and Sushi and company, Stickdrift OP, pushing forward now. The bubble has been forced out, and it's the early fight. Nox gas grenade used by EXO here, forcing them out of the bubble. They got the knock onto Finicky, and now Team Intel want to get involved as well. Verholst setting himself up with that cross angle, but the defensive bombardment is keeping him in place. Maulus runs past him. He's left down to about 20 HP. Here comes Dupe, though, to try and help clean up. Now it is the final member remaining. It's going to be a 3v1. Gold bag res as well coming in from Dupe, and Skittlecakes just going to go ahead and take the peek by himself. He's got the L-Star to finish him off, and Team Intel are about to get the back-to-back wins here in Series E.
Very nice start for Team Intel. You can't write it any better there. I love the way that they were going in for the third parties. I loved how they pushed over and cleared out their buildings when they needed to. Clearing out Rice Krispie Treats was really huge. Playing towards the bottom of Team Cheez-It and then going with the Valkyrie all over towards the rock side of the mountain, over towards where the train track ending was. I mean, just picture perfect play to start this for the open day for Intel. I mean, Verholst is, just like Ace was saying, he's playing phenomenal Apex right now.
Yeah, they're basically on the verge of hitting 50 points after 2 games. So we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see how much they're leading by right after this break.
Like this? Is that how people normally do it? Okay. That was... There it is.
Bringing this one back down to a 2v2. The peek out the bubble from Gibby as Splash tries to go for that peek in the 1v2, but McGravy will fall, and it seems like a...
If you're ever thirsty while gaming or want to try a new drink, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and grab yourself some Splash. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and you're watching Splash Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Gonna take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Gonna take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Welcome back, everybody. Back-to-back wins from Team Intel to kick off Splash Week. A very impressive start. And as Jamerson mentioned, they're probably crawling right up on 50 points here, just 2 games in. So a fantastic start for them. Let's check out our player of the game here. We had Verholst the first time around. This time it's going to Skittlecakes. 8 kills and 4 assists. Not crazy damage, but very efficient with the damage he was doing. Just about 1,150 damage there for Skittlecakes, and really just 2 impressive games here from Team Intel. And the thing that I really want to highlight, and both Jamerson and Tom have talked about it here through the first 2 games, the keys for Intel so far today have been the Valkyrie ultimates. The rotations have been clean. They have put themselves in fantastic spots to succeed in the late game with those Valkyrie ultimates in back-to-back games. If you guys remember, in game 1, it was the wide rotation over to Overlook, and then this time around getting the Valk ult up to get the high ground up on the mountain, and the timing worked out perfectly. They were able to get up there. They set up for the third party well. Skittlecake's able to push in, and even with Verholst going down, you've got incredible fragging power with Skittlecake still alive, and they're able to push it to a victory. So Intel just looking so strong, working like a well-oiled machine here tonight, and it's going to be hard to stop them, right? Do I anticipate them winning all 6 games tonight? No way. It's not going to happen, but Intel looks like they will be unstoppable here tonight. Now the question is, we've talked about it all season, the teams need to translate these performances on Tuesday into Wednesday night success. Intel has yet to do it completely. They've had some good finishes, but they haven't been able to grab that win. Intel, I want them to carry over what they're doing here tonight into Wednesday night, try and get a good spot. So good finish from them. If you guys want to check out some highlights from Team Intel, or maybe you want to check out Team Splash, some of their stats and clips, use !Team Splash or !Team, whichever one you want to check out their pages over at esportsarena.com. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, the final game of the first half, and will Intel make it 3 in a row? We'll find out in a few.
Hey guys, I'm just Gibby, and thanks to Splash, I'm never thirsty while gaming.
That full reset, and most of the cooldowns are gone. Never mind, it's actually Nestle Splash that are here, not the bench warmers. As Charlotte Phoenix are making the push, they've already gotten 2 knocks, and now this is the opportunity for Nestle Splash. Razor down now as Nestle Splash have the man advantage as well. It's the full push out for them. Will it be back-to-back wins? It should be, as Charlotte Phoenix are now down to just Greek God, and he is stuck inside the car by himself. The full 3 members of Nestle Splash going in for the final kill. Nestle Splash with the back-to-back victories here in Pro Night.
If you guys are ever looking for the latest gear or drinks, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and this is Splash Week.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. It might be Splash Week, but it's, of course, the never-ending story of Team Intel success during our open night. So let's go ahead and check in with our Mobile One leaderboard. We know they got at least 24 points.
Wow.
And it looks like they did hit 26. So 14 kill points in that last game for Team Intel. And if this was the match point format, they'd already be in good standing here and trying to finish it out in 3 games.
I still think that this is the strongest composition that you could run right now in the current meta. I think Valkyrie with Caustic and Gibby is just so darn good for so many different reasons. Let's start with looking at how you need to get into, or just getting far in Series E or getting far in the ALGS. How do you do that? Well, you have to go through rounds after rounds, and you're going to see a lot of lobbies that look like this, where you're going to have some really, really good pro teams and partner teams and some really good open teams. And there's going to be teams with just a little bit less experience. And even a team like Sniper Meta, who has a lot of experience, it is a really strong team. is falling victim to this composition and this execution where Team Intel is just kind of taking over. And if you're going to be running around with, Bloodhound and hitting scans and things like that, you got to be skirmishing and you have to have a lot of different layers over to your gameplay. But Team Intel is just showcasing how strong this really could be. And we run really the biggest risk of not getting into the finals, right? That's what you really don't want to miss. You want to make sure that you get into the finals and give yourself an opportunity. It's like making the playoffs in a sport. And that's what Team Intel is doing. And they're able to pick up so many points just based on their positioning and their smart gameplay.
Yeah, let's check out the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 2. That was the sticky situation that Team Intel were able to navigate out as Cheez-It end up having to fight up against Stick Drift OP here on the south side. Team Intel clearing out the north. JIN were their major competition, playing off that train platform, while Verholst does ultimately go down because of that defensive bombardment. Team Intel are still healthy. It's left down to a 2v1. Hell, they even take the time to just secure this, getting the res onto Verholst, and it's just an easy cleanup for Team Intel here.
Skill Shake's trying to swag on him with the wall bounce off the drop, even slowing things down so maybe his boy could get the kill and get that player of the game. But again, the execution's there. You're seeing so many different smart things that they're doing, and it's going to be tough to beat them if they continue to play like this. I mean, 51 points after 2 games is really, really strong. And we've seen 2 different completely zones as well that were unpredictable. And if you're able to stay alive in these certain situations and just kind of buy time so you can decide what's going on, that allows other teams to make mistakes. And that's what Intel is doing. You see Cheez-It loses track of them a little bit, and maybe they could have capitalized on that and take them down when they were on the low ground. Maybe a better grenade, maybe, dropping down and just filtering them out, because Intel just bit that whole lobby in the back right there. And there's not much that you can do when they outplay you and take the high ground, and you have no idea where you're getting shot at from.
Yeah, and here are the here's the cumulative leaderboard right now. Team Pop-Tarts and Splash. That's the main point of contention we want to take a look at, just because of how far our top 30 teams have pretty much differentiated themselves from the rest of the lobby right now. It's a fairly comfortable lead for Team Razor, where they don't really have to worry about being on the bubble. But Team Pop-Tarts, they're constantly keeping an eye on their backs, because you have teams like Splash, Cheez-It, and Rockstar that are all still vying for that final 4th spot to avoid relegation at the end of the season. So it's been largely Team Intel today, and so I'm glad that we're able to at least check in with the other teams right now, because these games still matter for them as well, while Team Intel are looking to take another win here on our open night.
And some of the other teams I've been playing pretty solid today is I've seen some good things from Applejacks and Rockstar. I like that Cubski's been playing really well on his Gibraltar. I think that we're seeing some really great things out of everybody today. But Intel is just one step ahead of everybody. They're just playing phenomenal, and people should really be taking a page out of their book, especially if you're kind of sitting at the bottom. I know I've teamed with Cubski before. He's someone that loves to make adjustments. Maybe Valkyrie's just not in their realm right now. And I do think that that's a high skill gap legend. We have so many years, basically, or so many days at least, of this meta with having Bloodhound and Gibraltar, whether that's Wraith or an Octane. So everyone just kind of falls into that comfort zone. And people don't sometimes like to play Caustic. They think that it's boring. People won't want to play Valkyrie sometimes because they feel like there's other better options too. Just like how a lot of players never really played Pathfinder. I mean, Pathfinder was pretty popular, but it takes that extra amount of time to go and put in to get as good as we're seeing how Verholst is playing this Valkyrie. I mean, we have a really strong NA scene with Valkyrie, with Albrelli playing it as well. So I really hope that we continue to see this meta and that this kind of shifts up to be teams rotating on top of each other. Because if you are the only Valkyrie in the lobby right now playing at a high level like Verholst is, that's why you're going to see these type of advantages. And yes, it's not just the legend, but I do think that these rotations, just like Asa was saying, just like we were talking about as well, have been on point, phenomenal. There's no other way to put it. They're just so spot on at the timing and then the execution.
Yeah, it's only been 2 games of Verholst really has been putting on a clinic with that Valkyrie. We saw in game number 1 really being able to utilize that passive where you're able to float around like a Pharah and kind of throw people for a loop when it comes to engagements. He's getting in and out of fights, resetting, coming back down, and then disengaging, then retaking a fight. It's been amazing to see coming out from him, especially, again, it was just 2 games for them. They're already sitting at 51 points overall. If this is a qualifier, they're safe. right? And they have 2 games to just mess around and they can move on to the next round, no problem whatsoever. So this is a good sign for Team Intel with the qualifiers coming up for ALGS. But here we go, heading into game number 3. Can Team Intel make it back to back to back? We'll find out in 20 short minutes.
You never really know. I think it's possible. Also, we got to give credit to Dupe on the Gibraltar that he's playing. He's always in the right spot at the right time. He's doing a great job of being that anchor. And also the bubbles are really well timed. I think that fight against Rice Krispie Treats, he really couldn't place that bubble any better. They were in the corner. He places it. And basically, unless you were pushing outside into that bubble, you weren't going to be able to get any shots off. Then you would just been stuck. But now we see how Mad getting to our first immediate 50-50 so far. Besides that fight we've seen with Pringles, let's see Drip taking a lot of damage.
He's backing away, and he's dropped down to about 20 HP, and there it is, the shot connecting out. But they trade 1 for 1, so how Mad? They need to go ahead and push this right now. The bubble has been used as well from SPKB, but he needs to fight around the bubble in the 1v2. St. Markley will be able to pick up that kill, and Venom just does not have enough to fight back. So Blockbuster will be able to get that team fight win. They'll be able to get the res on to save Sin, and they secure themselves Survey Camp. It does look like the ring is pulling it down to the south this time around, but no, it's going to be another centralized zone. And this one, it's going to be, of course, those buildings north of Lava Siphon that you're going to want to try and take control of. There's a slight chance that this one goes over towards the blue bins, but, you know, most of the teams are going to start heading over towards Lava Siphon right now to gain control of one of those buildings.
Yeah, you're liking this rotation right now. If your Team Rice Krispie Treats, let's see what Team Pop-Tarts is going to be able to do. They're still in that neck-and-neck race with Splash. Nobody really showing up so far in these first 2 games for either one of these teams. We've seen some really great plays in the beginning from Pop-Tarts getting on over towards the Overlook side, and they were picking up a couple of kills. They just weren't really able to capitalize over that. But if you haven't gotten the note now, you got to be watching for the Valkyrie. You got to be watching for Team Intel because they're putting a damper in everybody's plans. If you see a Valkyrie rotating into these final circles, you need to be looking up in the lobby and laying some shots down. Whatever gun you have, whatever priorities you have, it's like, you know, it's like someone being pink 3 on midship, okay? You can't allow players to sit pink 3.
Right now, Team Pop-Tarts realizing the situation that they're in. This is one of those priority rotates for them. They'll be one of the first to hit up the buildings that we were talking about just beforehand. If they want to, of course, they can play this one a little bit slower. You can see the pings going down. So the decision, are they going to play the choke or are they going to play inside the building? The choke will afford them more opportunities to try and, of course, evolve these Evo shields sitting on double blues along with the whites. But playing inside the buildings will be much safer overall for them. It looks like they're going to hover around instead to try and play the choke. They can, of course, commit down onto the low if they want to.
Right now, you're hoping that a team rotates through, you get a free fight, and then can get a free reset as well. But Pringles, they're looking like they're not in shambles anymore. We saw what they had last game. That was not very solid. This game, they're looking a little bit better. That gold armor longbow, R301 as well. 4 to 8 scope is going to be laying down some serious damage across the map. Right now, you almost want to consider giving that gold armor to Musin or to Presley. Most likely Musin, so that he can go in and out, heal really quickly, and then you could use that longbow to charge this Evo shield up.
Yeah, I mean, with that connect there, that would have been a third of the way towards that purple Evo. And so I'm surprised that they haven't done the armor swap quite yet. Rockstar, though, once again over at Landslide, finding themselves in a fight. Crummy getting a great spray down with that R99. We've got a fused in the lobby.
Okay.
And a big connect onto Aves. He is burning down, but he's got that gold armor. And now the jump pad being set up just for the disengage here. So they're waiting for Aves to hit that final syringe, and then they will get out of dodge, create some distance between themselves and that fuse. As you can see, that was a good call. They've got the high ground on them, but they're taking so much damage from behind now, and they are all out of tools. They don't have a jump pad. They don't have a bubble as the nade spam starts coming in along with that fused knuckle cluster. This team, though, playing this one very cautiously. They're starting to set up cross angles. They've got to be careful on this. Third parties can come out from either side, from the east or from the west. So both teams could be in trouble. Protectful gets the first knock onto Kimchi Lee, and Crummy's going to try and back away. The bubble has been used as the jump pad is utilized from the other side. Bubble out from this team as Crummy is just stuck in the middle of nowhere. Rollers showing up. Aves is the only one left alive, and Sniper Meta will take out Team Rockstar. Armor swap going down as well for Rollers to get that instant reset. The gold armor as well. So the syringes come in for Rollers. Sniper Meta picking apart that squad.
Nicely done there by Blight. You're going to see 3 kills now going on over to Markley. They found themselves another skirmish as Razor's trying to lay down some fire over here. Zeratricky, I love when he plays on Gibraltar. I think that he's just such a strong Gibraltar that, yeah, he's amazing Wraith too, but something about how he's able to just use the R301, his bubble placement, his defensive bombardments and reses are always on point. We'll see what Zeratricky and Team Razor is going to be able to do a little bit later in the game. Team Cheez It now trying to make their way up that rotation. We saw teams holding down these chokes. Which team is that still? Is that going to be Team Pop-Tarts potentially around the corner?
Yeah, and Cheez It should have the armor advantage as well. You got the double purple along with the blue on Mollis right now. Arcstar forcing them back at the very least, but we know that teams can't coexist on these chokes, but I like that Cheez It are trying to get a little bit ballsy to force them out, but with Mollis getting cracked there, he might not want to re-peek at this point. So as you can see, Golden's holding it down. Lion goes down. There's an opportunity. They've got the jump pad. Bubble has been used. Here's the defensive bombardment, but Mollis is right in there trying to go for the re-knock, and he does not get that res off. And so Team Cheez It looking to big punish Team Pop-Tarts here in the 3v2. Golden taking a lot of damage. They're forcing them back. There's a crack. Golden continuing to push forward now as the Thermite connects onto Mollis. Pop-Tarts are out. Not almost any fight giving up there. Team Cheez It now are going to be able to control this choke.
It's not a good sign there for Team Pop-Tarts. They need to be winning that fight. Not quite sure how the knock happened so quickly. But when a team's pushing you and you hold this choke, that's what you're hoping for. When you sit up here, it's very rare that a team even is able to bully you out of this position. But it just happened. And now Team Pop-Tarts going to be forced to watch Cheez It play this game from the spot that they just took from him. But you got to give so much credit to Mollis throughout all of that. Just the presence of mind, zero hesitation to go and hit the stem, go inside the bubble, go and get that re-knock. If you let that res go off, you don't know exactly if they have a gold bag, et cetera, et cetera. You don't know if they're going to be able to Wraith Q out either. So really nice job finishing that off.
And still a lot of teams here. Presence being shown at Frag East as Team Pringles are looking to try and full send onto this squad. They've got the jump pad ready. Beast of the Hunt has been popped, but they get peeked at the wrong time. Scissors gets cracked, and he is the first one down. Team Pringles thought they had the advantage, but it was just a trap. As Moosin tries to back away, he's going to pop that stim, but he's getting hit up from behind in this 3v2. Do they have enough to fight back? They got the crack onto one, but Presley is down low. It's going to be 6xZs on the other side of this one now with the 3v1. Razor showing up for the third party. You can see 6xZs instantly calling it there because of the third party, but will Team Razor be able to take advantage of this? Arcstar has been used. They back away now. Hakulo doing some major damage with that Eva A. Charges forward with that stim. Hits for the blue. Gets the crack. Hitting for Flash. And wants to take out this Octane as he goes for that chase. The rest of Team Razor is right behind him as well. And that's going to be the first one down. Nades falls. And Razor will trade out for one. But they still have the numbers advantage throughout all of this. They're having difficulty finishing this team fight out. Cheez It might actually come in for the third party onto this one. 6xZs do get cleaned up. Here's Sniper Meta showing up for that third party.
So hard to see with that All-Star spray what you're actually shooting at, but he was able to finish that one off. Sniper Meta should be able to get these kills as well. That's going to be Zeratricky going down. Really nice bubble from Rollers. Good timing as well as Protectable is going to slide in. Blight's going to get the finish on Hakulo as well. Unfortunate situation there for Razor, but now Sniper Meta is really starting to pick things up, whether it was Blight switching on over to the Fuse so they can have a little bit more fun and utility, or just starting to heat up now after the first two games are done. But they were sitting over towards that bottom of the leaderboard, I think, in like 18th, 19th, 20th place with maybe even 1 point. So they are just going in now, and it's nice to see because I was waiting for these guys to pick it up. We were talking them up before this thing started on how talented they actually are. 3 really, really solid players that we've seen in Apex for quite some time now.
I think someone just hit the res there on Fragment West. They wanted to try and punish it, but they were not able to get across. Does look like Rollers will be able to get the finish onto Presley there with the defensive bombardment out of nowhere. So Team Pringles are out, I believe. 14 squads. Again, this is looking very similar to game number 2, much faster than what we had in game number 1. Blight has made his way across that bridge now, looking to punish the rest of the squad, playing on top of Khan. They got a jump pad set up, and there is the Ring of Fire going down. The big spread as well. So that's going to allow him free, easy access into Khan, but this team might have already ran out. We'll see. I would not want to stick around, especially up against the Sniper Meta squad that just is looking for all the aggression.
And you can see what they're doing right now. Since they're on the edge, they're trying to take priority buildings that are on the edge as well, so they can just continue to gatekeep. And that's smart. Once you're here, you have to just continue to play that game. Can't really sandwich yourself in. There's no reason to kind of advance where those pings are until later. So they're going to wait and see, make sure that they're clear, and then start making their way over towards that end zone, hopefully picking up kills and solid fights along the way. Team Intel, they've been pretty quiet in game number 3. Looks like they are waiting for this next rotation as well.
Yeah, this is a fairly easy rotate for them coming out from Lava City. So few people beat them out in terms of priority because they have a balloon they can play off of, which basically gets them into this spot. And also, of course, utilize that Valkyrie ultimate here. Now, it's just about trying to pressure some of the squads around them, get themselves the purple as well. Skittle Cakes and Verhulst are sitting on the blues for now, but getting cracked over from the Lava Siphon side, so they do have to be careful. And, of course, always be worrying about the choke just behind them to their west as well. So Skittle Cakes was being a little bit greedy, but he will top himself off. Team Intel, again, playing that macro game, playing for that late game.
Zeratricky gets back up onto the map, but Blight and Protectful are going to combo for that one. Rollers with the Yeet bubble. They were a little bit split right there. I can't believe that BB2 was able to go and get that res like you were talking about and get these guys back into the game, potentially slowing them down just a little bit more. Now Hackula's going to have to heal. Baby Tuli doing a great job again, taking some angles with the Rampage. There's Blight there with the Fuse, though. Musin with the flank as well. That's Team Pringles still alive over towards the backhand side. And now Team Razor looks like it's going to be Tomcat Rat Cam area for Baby Tuli. Unlucky, but still valiant effort there.
And he still has to push up into this choke as well. We know that teams are already playing up there right now, so Baby Tuli's got his work cut out for him at this point. If he wants to, he can try and swing around over towards the Harvester side to play a little bit slower here, but you can see Team Intel have backed away now to try and control that. But as they retake this building, they do get challenged just a little bit. It looks like they're just going to go ahead and throw around some additional loot for themselves. They're going to be happy here, and so they don't really have to force the issue. They already have 51 points with 4 games left to go. So they're well above average in terms of what you really want for a win overall. After 6 games, you're typically trying to average at least 10 points per game. They have, of course, right now 30 points, 25 points between averaging 2 games so far. So they're in great state right now. It's about, again, making it to that late game that they are so well known for.
And again, when you rock this Caustic, I just think that if you know how to play the Caustic, you're going to be a force on the map. You could lock down buildings. You can fend off third parties. You can rotate with the Valkyrie. Dupe's been playing amazing so far with the bubbles as well. Now we see what Pringles is doing. I'm pretty sure, wasn't Pringles in shambles a little bit earlier? I thought that they lost a couple players.
I believe the Presley went down to a defensive bombardment. I don't know if Moosin and Scissors went down, so it was an easier recovery. I think it was Razor who were the ones that were just scrambling for the reses and getting them back into the game, avoiding that one squad that was just chasing everyone down. But here's Team Pringles now playing off blue bins, trying to push up. The crack out from Scissors. But they do have to worry about multiple squads. You can see the Ring of Fire is there as well, or was that a Thermite, I believe. And so multiple teams in the area right now, and you can see, there we go. Cheese are still controlling that choke down towards the building on the north side of Lava Siphon. We have another full squad playing over by the Geyser choke. And Team Pringles trying to figure out how they navigate this fight, because they can't. It's almost impossible to take a clean fight. If they push either side, the third party will instantly come out.
Yeah, it's really just hoping that you're going to be able to have the utility when you need it, right? So there's a good scan coming out. I like that coming in from Team Pringles. Speaking of Pringles, I just had the barbecue ones, and I forgot how much I like the barbecue ones. Honestly, I'm looking for some more. I'm gonna have to go to the store, man. Gonna have to go to Walmart and pick up some Pringles after this.
Yeah, I'm still basic, you know, sour cream and onion, old classic Pringles for myself.
Well, that's not basic. That's classic. That's classic.
Oh boy, Team Pringles have to be careful though. A lot of teams actually showing up from their western side. They just got scanned up by another squad. I believe that's Sniper Meta. That's just off to their west. So It's going to be a big collapse here on the chokes. As you can see, that ring does pull away. This is the one that we were calling earlier on, going over towards those buildings just north of Lava Siphon. Grandma's house is the one that overlooks. Geyser is also a big point of contention. That's right there by that respawn beacon. Applejacks, though, playing here on the western side, coming in from the Harvester connector, looking to try and weed out some of the pressure on this side of the zone. You can see a lot of presence around, and so they're going to try and swing to the south side and try to work their way in from there. You can see the bridge is in as well, but a team's already playing that for now. Here's a quick pit stop from Applejack, so they already have a jump pad set up. So they're just going to go ahead and blind rotate in. There's going to be another squad ahead of them. It looks like Beast of the Hunt getting popped at the right time. There's the scan out, catching someone, trying to go for the loot. Bubble's already been used now, but Applejacks, they might have to take the time to try and go for the reset here with these bubbles as they've been cracked themselves. That's exactly what they'll do, but the defensive bombardment forces them back. They do have some cover to play off of right now, but it's Team Pringles who have nothing here. They're getting pushed from all sides. They got one knock. Actually, two on the other side, taking out a Blockbuster squad. Here comes the reset out for them, but are the third party showing up? It looks like Team Cheez-It are involved in a fight of their own, so they cannot push them as Team Cheez-It now full control over the choke, fast reset, and if they want to, they can go ahead and now push for Team Pringles.
Nice shots there from Finicky, focusing through the gas with the EVA 8 digital thread as well. And Applejacks is doing a really smart play outside of this building. I mean, the bubble was a little bit off right there from Kubsky because you don't need to throw a bubble inside of another one. They could have used that maybe to get towards the door and did something a little bit differently. But either way, the fact that they're still alive after being in a tough situation is really solid here. But how are they going to get out when they're coexisting with this team right next to them?
Osa Rated R got turned on by all three members of that squad, but he's safely able to back away. That does mean the bubble's down, though, and it's going to be JIN inside, instantly getting the thirst onto Osa Rated R, and they have to drop down into the gully, but it looks like it's more like Murder Gulch here as you're getting hit up from Team Intel, and we're playing just to the north right now. But it looks like they do at least recover. Defensive bombardment has gone down. They're just going to go ahead and Hail Mary this underneath the bridge and hope to survive here. And it looks like they are at least safe for now. There's a team above them playing the bridge here, just hoping no one looks down. And it's quite fortunate that no one can actually look down. Here's Team Intel making a play for Grandma's house as they're right on top of them. Great thermites out. Bubble has been used by that side as well, but Duke does take some damage from his own. But as they wait out this barrel, this bubble, they can just go ahead and try and toss in some bubbles, but they're gonna have to go for the full reset instead. Bats out from Verhulst and Skittle Cakes, but they're ready to go for that repeak. It's Team Pringles inside here, forced into that corner for now, but Skittle Cakes and Verhulst are dropped down low. It's Dupe, that's the healthiest member, and the only member still up now is RCO, getting some punishment here. Bubble res to get one member back up, but that is not going to be a gold bag rest. Defensive bombardment down, and now Dupe is going to be left to try and survive for as long as possible throughout this, and he gets a huge defensive bombardment. Will he be able to get the reset for his squad, though? Team Intel secure themselves top 7 at the very least, and it looks like somehow they survive, somehow they get the reses off.
It's just amazing play. That's why you see Dupe was having the presence of mind to throw a defensive bombardment down. You saw Skittle Cakes with a desperate barrel over towards the other door just in case someone was trying to come from that side. You saw just everything that you needed to do to win that fight there from everybody on the team. I mean, they're flying past grenades, laying down extra spray. All of that extra damage while mitigating damage is huge, so you can try to reset as fast as possible, and they have a chance for the back-to-back-to-back wins here to start our open day.
Now this ring does pull away towards the respawn building here, and Dupe is forced to bubble out as he tried to make that cross. He gets that bat off for free, and he'll be able to control the doors here on this building. This building isn't in though, so they're going to have to play more towards that open ground, but if they can clear out the squad, it would help them out immensely. Teams are playing over by the bridge as well, and so they have to weed out a lot of the competition for now, though. They're just lucky to have the top 3, or excuse me, all 3 members as Protectable will fall. Now Team Intel is starting to really open up. The alternator in the hands of Verhulst allows him to take roof control, but he's got to be careful. It's a 3-man peek, and he only takes about 50 damage for that peek, surprisingly enough. Backing away inside, but the team over by Grandma's house, dishing out some damage now as he's forced forward with that ring. Defensive bombardment has gone down as well. Is this going to be Team Intel's last stand. The bubble keeps them alive for now. They get another reset. Verholst getting some great damage off with that alternator once again, clapping back up against Team RCO. And here comes that full push, cleaning out Rollers and Blight to go down. That's going to be another 3 points going the way of Team Intel, but it's Verholst left by himself as Dupe is bleeding out just below him. Now he's getting peeked out by this Bloodhound. Verholst is about to go down. Does he have an armor swap? No. It's going to be a red with barely any HP left on it, but Verholst does survive for the time being.
No.
And Applejacks cleans him up. Applejacks still alive, denying a third win for Team Intel.
I wanted to see the back-to-back-to-back. I wanted to see 6 in a row from Team Intel and break some records over there because they're playing that good. But either way, everyone's starting to pick it up now in the lobby, and they're actually focusing Team Intel, which is a smart thing when teams are on fire like that. That's what you have to do. Stick Drift OP with the res possibly going on to Sushi. It looks like the barrels are going to be enough for the cover as well. Armor swaps back and forth, so they're feeling good about the situation. They're in a 3-on-2 while having the low ground. So this is going to be an interesting fight because they're going to have to stay alive and hit some heals. They didn't heal up all the way before they rotated.
Yeah, the ring was pressuring them, but here's the drop down now. Applejacks bring this down to a 2v2. It's all up to Blueberry Smalls, though, but a defensive bombardment is gonna be enough. Stick Drift OP will go ahead and take the win here in game number 3.
Phenomenal job there. I mean, someone had to shut down Team Intel, and was that another Caustic team? Was it another Valkyrie team? I believe that's what they were rocking. So someone got the memo, and it was another very, very well executed game from a handful of different teams. It's nice to see Sniper Meta get things rolling. The only team that seemed to be shutting them down was Team Intel and Verholst with the alternators. So we'll see what the leaderboard is eventually.
Yeah, it was still another top finish for Team Intel with a decent amount of kill points as well. So while they're being slowed down, they're still maintaining this lead. We're going to go ahead and take a break as we have hit the half. And when we get back, it'll be the final 3 games of the evening right after this.
Hey, what's up? It's Mamba, and if you want to play like me, you gotta stay hydrated.
I hate taking fights up there.
And it was just everyone getting thirsty for Team Intel, and you saw how quickly things turned around. I think Team Intel actually made it out of there alive, even though Verholst did get knocked. Here's Applejacks getting, it's going to be a 1v3 as Finicky's getting them the run around, but the 1v3 is just too much. Nestle will take the final game.
If you guys ever thirsty, want to try a new drink, I recommend Splash. It's a really good drink. Just head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex for Team Splash, and you're watching Splash Week.
Refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored Splash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Cheese it snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. I love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, Team Intel finally knocked off of their throne, at least for a game, as Stick Drift OP grabs the victory, but Team Intel still getting into that top four and still absolutely frying these lobbies. Let's check out our player of the game here as we close out the first half of the day here on Open Night for Splash Week, and it's going to go to Sushi, 4 kills and 3 assists and over 1,800 damage, and another Valkyrie grabbing player of the game Auditor. So great showing there. Sushi and the squad grabbing a victory here in game number 3, and it should make things very interesting because obviously Intel was opening up a very large gap at the top of the standings. Team, I believe JIN was just in second place, but there was a significant gap there. So now we're going to have to see if teams can keep Intel from winning more games here in the second half of the day. Are they going to be able to make up that gap? Because even here in game number 3, still a good amount of frags there for Intel. They get good placing, sneaking into the top 4. So you're going to have to deal with Intel in more ways than just gating them from first place overall, because they're still going to win fights. They're still going to put points on the board. So we'll have to see what the strategy is from the rest of the squads here tonight as 3 games remain in the day. Do want to let you guys know if you want to grab some Esports Arena merch, maybe you're feeling like a Splash jersey or an Intel one after their play so far today, you can grab them over at shop.esportsarena.com, and if you use promo code SPLASH15 through the end of this week, you can get 15% off your order. So make sure promo code SPLASH15 over at shop.esportsarena.com. The first half is done and 3 more games remain here in Open Night. We're going to a break. When we come back, we'll check out the Mobile One leaderboard and get ready for Game 4.
Hey, what's up? My name is Turns, and the only thing smoother than my shots is the Pineapple Mango Splash.
They had prime positioning, but the unfortunate thing was someone else was thinking about the exact same thing.
Ooh, Turns hitting that Kraber shot.
Ooh. Oh, beautiful Kraber shots.
If you're ever thirsty while gaming or want to try a new drink, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and grab yourself some Splash. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and you're watching Splash Week.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes, go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes, go take them on the go. It's Jumbo, it's for snacking, it's Jumbo Snacks.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E as we are getting into the second half now here in Open Night for Splash Week. But it's been Team Intel that have been standing on top. Let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard now to see if anyone's even coming close. So Team Intel, they got an additional, 10 points or 11 points in that last game, but Applejacks are now starting to show up here as they put themselves in second place. Stick Drift OP with that win, find themselves in third place, but Cheese It right behind them in fourth.
Pop-Tarts and Splash cannot sleep on Applejacks. I mean, this could be a huge day. When we're looking at the way that everybody's kind of moving around and playing. I really thought that Applejacks was moving on another level, the way that their pacing was, the way that their mechanics were, the way that they were it seemed like they were just trying harder than the other partner teams. And sometimes the pressure between what's going on with Splash and Pop-Tarts could get to you. And I feel like that's what's happening with Pop-Tarts, where they're losing unorthodox fights that they shouldn't lose. They picked holding the choke really early. They ended up losing that fight over towards the side and get pushed. Splash, we really haven't seen much from them. And especially when we saw so much last week, they started off the day, Turns got knocked first. He gets flushed out. So maybe the nerves kind of getting to them with just a couple weeks left, or maybe they just haven't had the best 3 games so far.
Yeah, let's check out the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 3. And it's going to be this finish here. Team Intel tried their best, but they had a lot to deal with in this large scramble of the ring pulling away. Dupe going down. Applejacks picking up that one as well. And you can see the third-party attempt coming out here, showing up to just clean up this last member of Intel. Is Verhulst is trying his best to survive. Small little armor swap there, only about 27 HP on that red. But it does afford him enough time to try and go for this med kit until Blueberry Smalls shows up to finish him off.
That was unlucky there, but still very nicely done from Blueberry. He's been playing really well so far. I think that he's been playing one of our stronger Octanes. I think Hackula is also playing really well for Team Razor so far these first 3 games. Verhulst, if he gets that armor swap, you really don't know exactly what is in store for him. And it's like, man, you go from a gold to a 1 red with just a tick in there. It's like, who did that? Who griefed my game?
Really unfortunate, but let's go ahead and recheck in with the cumulative leaderboard here. And so Pop-Tarts and Splash have kind of just been almost tying each other in terms of points. I think it's like 10 points to the 8 or something like that. But like you said, you can't keep your eyes off of teams like Cheez-It and Applejacks, who are having a better day right now. They're not too far away. Let's see. It's 60 points that Team Cheez-It find themselves off from that 4th place position. And then 69 points for Applejacks to try and take away that 4th spot. So with the final weeks of Series E coming down to the wire here, you have to keep an eye on all of our competitors. Rice Krispie Treats is basically the only one that's out of this running, but surprisingly enough, they're one of the better performing teams so far amongst our teams in the bottom 6. So let's go ahead and head into game number 4, our first game of the second half here. Team Intel have been slowed down, but they already have 60 points overall. In any other lobby, that's you're sitting absolutely pretty here. So with 3 games left to go, can they secure the bag for themselves tonight?
I'm also looking out for Applejacks sitting in 2nd place. I mean, when we see that they have 35 points and they're only down 69 points, if they can continue and snowball and win one of these 3 games here and have decent performances in the other ones, you never really know what's going to happen. We saw some crazy stuff in Season 2 for the ending for Team Intel to come back in. We actually have a 50-50. Oso Rated's going to take down Psycho. Let's see if we can hop onto that. And also we had Kubsky get meleeed to death.
Oh boy, where exactly is that one taking place? Surprising to have this 50-50. It's going to be down at Thermal Station. Applejacks now. It's all up to Blueberry Smalls, but he's only got the Sentinel and L-Star, and you got to imagine that just means he has no more HP, or excuse me, ammo left in that. So, unfortunate for Applejacks getting challenged here by AFC and getting taken out. One of the first squads to go down.
Unfortunate, but at the same time, you got to look at that as an opportunity for you to go and get these extra points. That could have been 66 points, right? If you go and get those kills there, every point really going to matter here. So unlucky for Applejacks and unfortunate that they're not able to win that fight against a team that was playing fairly aggressive. I mean, that was really nice tracking with the Prowler there. You saw having the longbow, I believe it was, or maybe the Sentinel or something. Either way, I'm not a big fan of either 2 of those, especially in the beginning of games without scopes. So purple armor over there for Brandon, nice little upgrade. And now we'll see what ASA can do a little later down the road. I'm interested to see if we can get a scan on where the zone is in round number 2 and see exactly where everyone is. I think that we were looking at that, but we were looking for the fight as well.
Yeah, that was a fairly fast fight as well, for all things considered, down here at Thermal Station. A lot of times these fights can take some time, but this one, it's going to be okay. So you're looking at Lava Siphon, I feel like is going to be the major focus, but that bridge to the east of Lava Siphon is where a lot of teams are going to start focusing on. But you can see that there are a lot of buildings active or that will be available when it comes to ring number 2. So maybe here in the second half, the action will slow down just a bit. But all indications already, we have 2 squads dead. So maybe not so much.
Two squads rotating.
But yeah, we do have squads rotating, but if you're looking at Team Intel, of course, our lobby leaders right now, they are so happy to see this ring. That means they can hold down a priority spot. Hell, they can just hang around here in Lava City to continue to hit that beacon as the rings start closing.
The first team to rotate was RCO out of Tree. They understand that this is a southern zone, so they want to try to get there as fast as possible. Also, eyes on Intel with Skittle Cakes on the Caustic in these type of situations. If they could Valkyrie in over here, there's so much real estate that you have to cover. Having the Caustic over towards the doors, over towards entrances as well, tends to be very, very useful. Now seeing what Pringles is up to. Looks like they are going to take a fight in the back of Overlook. This is most likely secluded, so I'd love to see how this one goes.
Yeah, Scissors gets that sniper post for free as well. He's got the wingman with the purple mag. And so he's going to be able to dish out some decent damage here, forcing the team inside that garage building. And so there's going to be some free cross angles being set up. They'll grief the doors, and when they're all together, they can just go ahead and full push with that 3-man bubble. Right now, it's about waiting for the rest of the squad to show up. Maybe he even buys time to try and get the defensive bombardment. They got the scan down. They already heard the barrels going down as well. So Team Pringles, even though this might be an isolated fight, this might draw the attention of the frag teams to come in. So they have to be careful in how they approach this one.
Definitely. The fight is taking a little bit longer than I would have liked. Scissors just blindly shooting into the window, hitting for basically 100 damage. Also considering taking the angle over towards the window to chuck some grenades in, but that internal clock is ticking for me. It should be for Pringles as well. Now that this Caustic is here, you've been firing for so long, there has to be some sort of third party that's going to come.
Boy, they're trying to make their way on in, and they're coming in from 2 separate doors right now, being covered. This team is doing a great job of slowing them down. The bubbles have been used by either side, but the barrels are almost all extended on the others. As the first push comes out, he tries to clear that barrel. They lose out on one on the other side. Shosuke is the one that falls, and here comes the full push. Scissors falls, and now Team Pringles cleaning this one up. Luckily for them, it doesn't seem like there is going to be a third party, so they'll be able to pick up the +3. They get the additional loot as well. Now they're all sitting on purple armors. Over here at Geyser, though, looks like Team Pop-Tarts wants to try and get aggressive on this team. Another isolated fight for them as they push forward now, but they have backed away into one Dome Lion. Just covering that hallway here, and there's one actually stuck outside. White armor, easy crack. That's going to be Nemusona going down as Pop-Tarts now have the numbers advantage. They'll be able to push forward. It's just going to be L-Star Gaming for Z Davis here as they clean up that squad. Pop-Tarts on the quick recovery as well as the third party starts coming in.
That's a bombardment if I've ever seen it.
The push out, but the L-Star once again for Z Davis will take out Crossover and Razor's Edge, instantly regretting this position.
We'll see if they win this fight. Pop-Tarts could have even slapped this team a little bit harder throughout all of this too, so nicely done. They're still stay alive over towards the back. Z Davis taking the really good angles, and sometimes all you need to do is create opportunities for yourself. The fact that he gets aggressive, catches one player outside the door healing right there, that means they're able to win this fight a little bit faster, fend off the third parties, and continue to snowball these kills. Every second matters, every little tick of health matters, as well as, wow, Crummy with the tracking, just looking so good with the R9.
He does run into a defensive bombardment, but Rockstar has done enough damage. They've taken out 2, and that Valkyrie's just going to go ahead and try and leave, but he gets taken out midair, it seems. And so Team Rockstar fighting a nice fight up against ASE. Here's Sniper Meta, though, on the north side. Harvester connector area. They've got a Gibraltar cut off, and that's a beautiful defensive bombardment, just completely cutting off JIN. Jetski will burn down to that thermite, and there's only Ice left in a 1v3 here. He's gonna try and call it, but he still has a lot of ground to cover here. And we'll see. You do have that Spitfire out for Blight as he's going to try and chase down Ice. But Sniper Meta's coming in from behind as well, so you got to be careful. As Sniper Meta cleaned this one up and get that full reset now.
Nicely done. I mean, they're not able to get all 3 of the kills, I believe, throughout all of that, but still, we're seeing that they're able to, take third parties over towards Survey. They rotate over here this game as well. looking pretty solid after heating up in our previous game. It was a slow first 2 games for Sniper meta, but ever since Blight has switched on over to this Fuse, seems like they have been kind of thumbing around the map a little bit better, cutting off things a little bit more. There's a flank coming through from behind, though. That is Team Razor. Man, those shots are just ridiculous. That is not easy to do right there for Hakulo. This made it look so crisp.
That was just a beautiful lurk in the 3-2-1 team fire, taking out 2 now. There's only 1 remaining. And now, here comes Hakulo with that jump pad to finish off the last remaining player. Still plays this one cautiously. Quick armor swap onto the blue, and they'll be able to finish him off in just a moment. Man, Team Razor biding their time. They're able to get that early man advantage, pick up the +3.
Hakulo putting on a clinic how to play Octane in these fights, going and getting aggressive. So aggressive that the enemy team doesn't even realize what's going on before it's happening, and he's in your face with that EVA AE, spraying you down from mid-range with the R301, tracking you while you're in the air, leading his shots as well, coming through with armor swaps, everything, dodging grenades, everything you want to see from high-level gameplay is what Razor is bringing to the board right now, especially Hakulo opening things up. Baby Tooley's been playing a great support role. Zeratricky, we haven't seen much of him on Gibraltar so far today, but looking forward to seeing what Razor is going to do now that they got a couple of kills on the board, and this is their type of style. They start on the edge, they make their way over towards the middle of the map, and typically they get big kill games when that happens.
Yeah, they've got the triple purple. They've got great loot as well in terms of just their economy overall. So another team just to their east right now, as you can see, Team Intel setting up over by Geyser. They're controlling the beacon buildings as well, trying to play off of this one, thinking this one is going to be a bridge ending quite possibly. And unfortunate for them that they don't have the beacon here to really be able to just continue to get that information for themselves, which is why I thought maybe they would continue to play over by Lava City instead. But they're still good about making the macro calls. It's just unfortunate for them that so much of the action has been taking place on the northern side, and so they haven't been able to get these blues evolved up to purples quite yet. And so they'll just be able to hold this position for now. As you can see, that ring pulling away towards that bridge. It looks like it might just actually end on the beacon building that Team Intel are holding on. RCO not too far away for them, so maybe Team Intel will try to get aggressive on them.
What I like about Intel, even though they don't have the beacon here, they've been dropping towards the south side of the map quite often, so they're going to understand with like this home court advantage what happens with these zones and where they need to go and actually play. And also with Caustic, again, you should feel so safe in these build-in areas. So I like this call. Really not much to worry about besides teams coming outside of Geyser from the backhand side, which is, you know, not that easy to rotate over towards. Typically, you have to run up that hill and then down the hill as well. Not much cover, not many head glitch angles that you could take throughout all of that. And I would not want to push Intel in that type of situation unless their back was turned towards me and I was able to get free shots on them as I was able to rotate. So nice job keeping their heads on swivels as we switch on over to Rockstar to see what Crummy has in store with us. I mean, Crummy with the R9 Digi threat. This thing is basically a gold R9, and he's got the EVA in his back pocket, looking like a force right now.
Yeah, we have like 3 teams inside Lava City right now, Rockstar being one of them. And they want to try and take roof control, but they just did not like it whatsoever. Too many teams in the area for the third party, so they're going to avoid a lot of this one. They do at least secure the ring knowledge for themselves. They're going to try and play off of it. And then it looks like with the scan out, they're going to have train station for free, and that's what they're going to try and play off of instead of awaiting the third-party attempts on those big buildings by the beacons. For now, you can see Kimchi Lee getting hit up as he makes his way into that train station. Eventually, they're going to try and make it to the 5-story building just to their northeast, which is actually free for them.
Yeah, again, with 12 teams, this has been so fast-paced compared to our first game, which we had 20 teams for the first, like, 2 zones. And now everyone's kind of getting used to fighting. They're taking more fights consistently. And that allows for more real estate on the map to be taken that wouldn't typically be available. And we'll see what the rotation is going to be. Crummy, again, has the portal here if they need to go and use it. There's a lot of different options towards these zones. A lot of times, the team that gets over towards the eggshell where the respawn could have a huge advantage, but it's all about fighting out of Lava City and kind of getting to that point.
Yeah, they have the option to try and shadow the team that has that beacon as well, so you have to imagine that Rockstar are going to keep that in mind, keeping an eye on that team to see where they play, to get an indication of where this ring goes. Here's Splash, though, playing off of basically where essentially the ring ended in our last game. For now, they have a squad pushing down from that choke, scanned up as Turns has to be careful as the Gibraltar challenges him, and he's been cracked, does back away, forcing out the ball from Slash early on. Here comes the push as the nades are coming in. He's got to be careful. There we go. Avoids that one. It's all about trying to survive this push for now, not getting hit by your own arcs. Our defensive bombardment goes down. Try and force that team off the roof at the very least. And now it's about clearing out that first floor. Once again, East A goes for that peak, but you can see this squad. They're trying to set up the angles. They've got the windows as well. They're backing away for now, though, as that bubble has been forced out. Nestle must have done damage to them as they're looking to be the aggressors themselves, but Turns and Live take so much damage here. You really need to find an opening.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's all because they're taking the same 3 angle. You can see that. Someone needs to go to the bottom floor and take the door. If you're going to go and do that, yeah, just get out of there because nobody's taking any angles. That is not how you play that, baiting and switching. A little miscommunication there coming in from Splash, but that other team was a nuisance. They were spreading out, doing a lot of unorthodox plays. They're kind of baiting you out towards that bottom player there, and that's why you saw so much damage from the players on over towards the fence. But taking a new spot with 30 seconds left, that should give them enough opportunity to continue to push forward towards the southeast side.
Now they're going to be playing into the gatekeepers here that were set up in Lava Siphon, this hard pull over towards the bridges there. As you can see, squads are already set up, and you can see Turns is popping the ultimate excels as quickly as possible. Does he have enough for another one? Will they be able to walk this one in? This is going to be very dangerous for them as they committed a lot of ultimates in just that defensive hold. So they're not going to have the defensive bombardment. I'd be surprised if they had the jump pad, but that is on such a low cooldown. Surprisingly enough, they're able to walk in here for free, but do they have a safe spot to play off of? Team Pringles, if they keep an eye on them, they might be the ones that gatekeep that squad, but they have to worry about the team to their south right now.
Did they walk in or did they waltz in? Because it seemed like they like hop skipped my Lou over there for free, hopscotch style. There was zero chance that I would thought that would be free, and I don't think Turns was expecting to walk up there either for free. But they'll take it. And also when you fly into the air and get that Valkyrie passive like you discussed so many times, you get a little bit more intel on the map than other teams would hope for. But Pringles is waiting to set up an ambush on this team. Scissors is ready to go with this wingman. I wonder if he has any grenades too, though.
Yeah, and we have that pull away onto that bridge once again. By the way, Team Intel cleared out RCO, so they are controlling so much of this map, and they called it once again. Is pulling up here towards this side. They have priority on this rotate. Team Pringles, though, and themselves in another fight as they're trying to hold down this building. Defensive bombardment has been used. The nade spam just to control the door for now. Gibraltar on the other side as he does get scanned up. That bubble going down, though. It looks like Scissors is trying to go aggressive here. Turns, finds a knock on to save Sin. A lot of teams showing up. Fearing Live will fall. But Team Pringles, they're the one inside the building. They can cover the doors for now, but unfortunately for them, they allow it to get opened up. And now it's extremely vulnerable. Team Razor showing up for the third party as it looks like East A and Turns do go down. Team Razor don't stick around for too long, though. As you can see, they allow the reset from the other side. Defensive bombardment going down there, but as it ends, Team Razor might try to get aggressive. These are the kill points that they really want to try and catch up for today, but right now the focus with 30 seconds left to go is to try and cut off this team, have the priority rotate on this bridge.
I'm pretty sure they know they're going to get gate capped here, so if they don't clear this team out, it's going to be a fairly difficult situation. So I'm a big fan of this. We'll see what Razor's going to be able to do. I mean, 15 seconds, it's kind of an eternity here in this type of situation because you can just add the pressure, then back off. Hopefully, oh, Haku doesn't have his jump pad. That would be huge to make that rotation just a little bit faster. Maybe 10 or 15 seconds from now, they'll have that one up when they really, really need it because, yes, they did all they needed to do. They added pressure, they gate kept. They're also watching their back while they're rotating through, and now they even have eyes on the players that are rotating next to them.
And a lot of fighting is taking place right now inside the eggshell. Team Cheese It will fall. Stick Drift OP survive this mad scramble out of Lava City. The reses are coming out now. If a scan does reach them, though, Stick Drift OP can get pushed, but it looks like they are safe for the time being. And here's the res. Team Razor, though, with that high ground, gets the knock onto Shroom. That was the other squad that was inside Lava Siphon right now. But they need to buy time for Baby Tuli to get the full reset here. Bubble has been used as well. Jump pad just set up in case as they're trying to avoid a lot of this fighting. So Team Razor will make their way over towards Eggshell, but there's another squad there. They have to be careful. You can see Team Intel have that high ground angle firing on all of them. Scans out behind them. Do you realize that there is a squad inside the Eggshell for now? They need to go deal with it here unless they get pinched. Instead, they decide to just go ahead and push to the east here, but here's Team Intel. They've got a Kraber with a few shots left here for Dupe. He has the swaps as well. And it was crucial for them to get these team fight wins to have these gun swap offs for themselves. Team Intel in another top 5 position for themselves with a number of kill points off of it too. So amazing consistency coming out from Team Intel tonight.
I'm pretty sure for Razor that there's only 2 people that are inside of that Eggshell, so if they can get in there, they're going to be in the next zone. Curious to see what they decide that they want to do. Is Save Sin is going to go down. Alternator in Vrolholz's hand has been so dominant throughout all of this. Dupe immediately getting res throughout all of this caustic gas, and that's, again, one of the strengths of this composition, where if you don't have that bubble, then you can end up using that caustic gas as a little bit of a distraction to go and hit these type of reses. But it is a 3-man firing squad inside of the respawn beacon area. Sushi, Exo, Flinzar, they have a great position on our partner teams right now.
Yeah, the ring pulling away from Team Intel. They did have enough time to reset at the very least. Very little cover to work with, but it looks like they're just going to go for this Hail Mary Valkyrie rotate.
Top Eggshell.
3 teams are going to be keeping an eye on them right now. As you can see, the firing coming out from Rockstar, from Razor as well. Stick Drift OP actually buying their time. And with this attention being pulled away from them, there's an opportunity that Team Razor might actually get pushed here, but it looks like Stick Drift OP are just going to hold inside the building. Skittle Cakes is the first one to fall as Sushi picks that one up, but they answer back. Exo going down. No opportunity to try and get Skittle Cakes back into this one for now, and Team Intel are just going to maintain this position on the high ground, at least securing themselves some knocks and some kills throughout all of this. You got to be careful as the nade spam does come out, but it looks like they will be able to maintain this spot for now.
It's running out of ammo, so he has to be careful and not firing these shots across the map onto Razor. But Razor is one of those teams that you really want to take out at this point of the game. That team directly below them is just a nuisance. Look at the shots. Look at the map control right now coming in. But Dupe drops a little bit early. Now it's all up to Vrolholz, and he's also going to have to win this, then fend off the third party. He's used to playing Valkyrie, so he knows those plays that are coming through. Hakulo, who's been on fire with the finish. Baby Tuli's there as well, and that should be it. Razor taking the game. That is a typical Razor game, y'all. Playing the edge, getting over towards the middle of the zone, and picking up a lot of kills along the way.
And it was just some great macro calls coming out from Razor there at the end. Not hard focusing onto that western edge where they could have picked up some kills, but they played for the positioning instead. So GG's to Team Razor, taking game number 4 of the evening. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5 of Series E right after this.
So I've been playing Apex Legends for about a year and a half, and what really got me into it was one of my COD friends told me about this game that like came out at the time. It just came out, but I just thought it was like a break from COD, but it ended up being the main game I ended up playing.
Because he knows if he has more of those traps to block that rotation.
Gentrifying actually getting the knock onto Pringles, I believe, as the push comes out. Gentrifying tries his best. He secures at least an additional kill point.
Team Splash, I mostly just play support, but from time to time, I like to frag out.
There's a Caustic on the other side as well, and they're taking the ring damage, so they've got to be careful now as they move forward. The EVA 8 shots do connect. B Mills is the first one to fall, and that's gonna...
My main legend, obviously, is Gibraltar, but my favorite gun combo probably has to be R301 EVA 8 or R301 Prowler.
Here, but here comes Nestle to try and finish them all off. Guppy pushing forward with the Prowler now. He's got the
playing with turns in Malice Mama. It's been an experience. It's a learning experience, and I'm glad I'm learning from it. It's my first real taste in like competitive Apex, because I recently switched to PC a couple of months back. if you guys are ever looking for the latest gear or drinks, head over to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and this is Splash Week.
Welcome back inside of Studio Blue, live here from Esports Arena HQ in sunny Irvine, California. My name is Yeso, and that's game number 4, all done there. Razor getting a win on the board here, and that's 3 out of 4 so far over to the partnered teams, 2 for Intel and 1 for Razor. And Tom has been highlighting it. This is a very scary squad when they hit their stride, and they have certainly done it so far today. And it's going to make the race for the finish here in the final 2 games very interesting, because Razor has been very consistent today as well. Good finish for them. Intel getting into the top 3 once more here, not able to grab their 3rd win of the day, but still putting points on the board. So the Mobile 1 leaderboard, when we go back to Jamerson and Tom here in a few, is going to be very interesting to set up the fight to the finish here with 2 games remaining. But let's check out our player of the game here for game number 4. And no surprise here, it's going to go over to Mr. Hakulo. 5 kills and 4 assists and 1,400 damage. I mentioned earlier on today that Hakulo and Verhulst came into tonight leading the league in frags, 149 apiece, and they keep building on those totals. And I'm not going to be surprised whatsoever when both of those players can break the 200 mark this season with just 2 more weeks after this one. So Mr. Hakulo continuing to lead the way here for a Team Razor squad that's trying to chase down Team Pringles and Team Intel. The gap is certainly closing, but if Intel keeps performing like this, they're going to be able to hold off these strong squads. The race to the finish this season is going to be a lot of fun. Do want to remind you guys once again, obviously we're doing this awesome Splash giveaway this week, so if you want to get in on that exclamation point giveaway in Twitch chat is all you need. An awesome Splash prize pack, including a brand new Razer keyboard, so make sure to do that. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, we'll kick off the first of our final 2 games of the day.
Hey, what's up? My name is Mamba, and I'm about to try the wild berry flavored Splash water bottle. It's got a good kick. I like it. It's definitely the best one. You guys should definitely try it out. If you guys ever thirsty, want to try a new drink, I recommend Splash. It's a really good drink. Just head over to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex for Team Splash, and you're watching Splash Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E as we are getting ready to head into game number 5. It was Razor, though, that took the win just before the break. And was it enough to really cut into the lead that Team Intel has, especially with another top finish there in game number 4 for Team Intel? Let's check in with the Mobile 1 leaderboard, see the story of the tape here. And Team Intel now are about to crest 80 points. Team Razor are currently 40 points below them.
Tough situation for the rest of these teams in the lobby. Good luck playing catch up to Team Intel, who is going for the 100 bomb tonight. Holy cow, they are looking strong. But also, congratulations to Sick Drift OP. They are one of these teams that start off slow, continue to add points on, Really hoping to see more from Splash during Splash Week. Keep in mind, they're fighting for that 4th spot. They're going up against Pop-Tarts. It's been a very, very close race. Pop-Tarts started to get some momentum. Z-Davis was picking things up last game. We saw the fight over towards Geyser. We saw the fending off of the third parties as well as we take a look at our Mobile 1 high performance moment of game number 4. It was an interesting game. I mean, the zones have been fairly unpredictable, but that last one was probably the most predictable zone we've had so far.
Yeah, and Team Intel, unfortunately, losing out on Skittlecakes, who I don't know if he got shot off or just fell off, but Dupe went down a little bit early there. But Verhul still clutches up in a lot of this, picks up some kill points along the way, and it's just unfortunate. Razor, understanding the situation that they're in, losing out on Zero Tricky, they had to force the issue right here faster and not allow any resets from the either side. So great presence of mind coming out from Team Razor to ultimately take the win in game number 4, but they needed 2 great performances here. Down by 40 points. They are in 3rd place. That's weird to say. They're in 3rd place, but they're down by 40 points. They need 2 amazing games, and they also have to hope that Team Intel do not play as consistently as they have all night long.
No doubt about it. And I really feel like if Skittlecakes stays up top there and doesn't accidentally slide down, that they're in a much better situation because he's going to just be able to finger roll the barrels off the top rope. And it's going to be annoying once he has that Nox Gas grenade too. So that could have been their 3rd win in 4 games. But either way, I still think that they're going to, take that. The thought process was amazing. They went from the beacon building over towards gatekeeping people over towards the bridge as they were trying to enter in over towards the other side, over towards Valkyrie ulting and getting on top of the eggshell. And that's one of the, I think, 3rd or 4th amazing Valkyrie rotations that we've seen from Verhulst and Team Intel.
Yeah, really great calls coming out from them. Their macro play has been immaculate, essentially, all night long. And Verhulst, we knew him as the fragger, just an absolute slayer when it came out to the qualifiers. But now he's really starting to show that as a shot caller, being able to make these rotates for his squad has proven just invaluable for them. So Team Intel about to have another 100-point night. They've had a few throughout the season, which is why they find themselves atop of the leaderboard right now with a 110-point lead over Team Razors. So again, we have to harp on this point, though. This is what I want to see out of them when it comes to the pro night. So tomorrow night, will they be able to replicate this kind of success when you have 11 of the best North American squads joining in on the lobby?
We'll see. I think that, again, it really comes down to these Valkyrie rotations, and we discussed the points if you're just joining us earlier in maybe like game number 2 or so, where it starts to get a little bit more condensed when you add the pro players in there and when it's all pro played teams with our partner teams, because, yeah, it is open night, and some of these teams are a little bit unused to the pace that's happening with how fast everybody rotates in. And then there's a giant checklist of what the priority spot is going down to what the worst spot is, and the teams that are late tend to be the teams that are getting those worst spots, and that's how you get eliminated fairly early. So in my opinion, what they're gonna have to do is continue to play like this today, and then tomorrow, just think about the rotations a little bit more, because in terms of skirmishing, decision-making, mechanics, every little thing, I'm sure their communication's on point as well. It really comes down to those rotations with Valkyrie, and that's why you're playing Caustic as well.
Yeah, and it's been great coming out from all 3 members of Team Intel, really flexing kind of their experience on the different legends. And we noted, of course, the role changes coming out. Skittlecakes was the Valkyrie beforehand. They're now running, of course, no Bloodhound. So Verhulst picks up the Valkyrie himself. Skittlecakes going on to the less mobile legend. And so we're seeing just great adjustment throughout the season for them. But it looks like we are ready for game number 5. Can anyone put a stop to Team Intel as we head into game number 5 of the evening? We have 2 games left to go, and if anyone wants a shot at first place, they need to put a stop to Team Intel right now.
I don't know if it's going to happen. They've been looking so strong. Really, the teams that come to mind, Razor, Applejacks, Stickdrift OP has been playing pretty solid, but it's Splash Week. It's time for Splash to step it up. Let's see if they can add pressure on a team Pop-Tarts. It's just a 1-game differential, basically, between these 2 teams to see who's going into Season 4 and who's having to fight their way through that relegation area. Taking a look at that map overview, you can see where all the teams were flying through. Unfortunately for Applejacks, the previous game, we saw them get that 50-50 in the back of Thermal Station. I'm curious to see if that fight is happening again.
And here's Team Razor. When it comes to the open nights, they're the ones that are able to scoop up the loot over here at Skyhook and Trials for themselves. That's why you find them on the edges so often, especially when the ring pulls away from this side of the map. This time around, though, it looks like they'll be able to actually secure themselves a priority spot. The ring is pulling up here very heavily towards Skyhook. So when you see this ring, you're going to really want to play off of the train station on the northern side. We don't actually get to see too many Skyhook endings, as Applejacks are getting 50-50'd, but that's a nice coverage coming out. Applejacks, you get the first kill on this 50-50, bringing this down to a 3v2.
The good thing is that they watched this team play in the entire last time, and they probably were like, all right, let's formulate a plan to take these guys out over towards the thermal station side, because game number 4 was their opportunity to continue, to try to rise up in that cumulative leaderboard. I don't think they're going to lose this 2 versus 3. Looks like now it's a 3 versus 1, as both those kills going to go on over to Kupski.
Yeah, now they have purple armors to play off of as well. And they take the fight relatively fast, especially here at Thermal Station. We know how long these can drag out, but having the purples, and now they just continue off looting the rest of Thermal. They're going to be slowed down with this hard ring pull all the way up towards Skyhook, but I think they have kind of relegated themselves to being able to play on the edges as well. So they should be able to leverage this, especially the loot, and try to build up some momentum going to the last 2 games of the evening.
Yep, it's going to be the furthest rotation basically in the entire game. So if you're going to start playing edge, if you're going to get 50-50, that's basically what you're looking for. Is like, all right, well, good thing it's not a closed zone. Otherwise, it would have been better to just rotate in. But now, with this composition especially, they should be able to do A-OK fighting on the edge. So really nice job by Team Applejacks. But going back to the Skyhook endings, they are rare. I can't even tell you. It's been weeks since we've seen a Skyhook ending. I feel like we had them a lot in Season 2, but not in Season 3.
Yeah, we had like, I don't know, 20 countdown endings, or just outside of countdown. Last week, it's alone, we had like 5 or 6 zones that ended between countdown and landslide. So Skyhook is going to test our squads. I mean, we're going to see a lot of focus on having control over that main building, the main tower that has, what, 3 or 4 levels involved. So it's been a while. It's going to be interesting to see how our team's actually positioned for this one.
Replicating big time, because understanding they are going to be fighting on the edge for a very, very long time. Curious to see what the option is here. I mean, you probably are going to push up to another scan and then go get another scan and find out exactly what kind of Skyhook side this is kind of favoring, so you could pick a better building and make a little bit more of an educated decision. Razor's Edge, they were playing the very north-hand side of the map, hoping that it was going to continue to pull back over here, but they're also going to try to own this train area, which is a pretty solid spot, but it's highly contested. As you can see, teams already land here. Not only that, this is one of the best spots to gatekeep and then make your way into Skyhook.
Yeah, for Team Intel's rotate, I kind of predict that they're going to actually slow play this one. Like you said, try to get another beacon on their rotate and move through Fragment East and actually take this position here that Razor's Edge are playing off of. And then they'll have the opportunity to try and use the Valkyrie rotate or this balloon inside the train tunnel to take control over that train station that Rockstar currently have locked down. They've got 1 kill already, taking out St. Markley, so they're pretty happy with this one, but then they also have to deal with the amount of just spam that's going to come out from the middle tower there in Skyhook.
They get the loot, and then they peace out. Very nicely done from Rockstar. I mean, not overextending, not getting too excited, but they should be excited about this position, because this is that spot that you want to be right now. And it's all down to how much resources they have. So getting this kill, getting this box, getting that extra loot is going to be huge. So you don't want to run out of ammo. You want to have a presence. You want to be able to challenge. If you don't have those resources, you're not able to do that. And then people start to aggress on you and get into your building, which allows you to get open for third parties. So Rockstar's got the right idea. They're taking the right angles. And we'll see what happens with the rest of these players that have to make their way into Skyhook as well.
Yeah, the heavy's a little bit light there for Kimchi Lee. You can see he has just over 100 extra ammo for that wingman. So while he has that purple man, he can't use it to the greatest of effects. And so teams will find opportunities to try and actually get aggressive onto Team Rockstar here. They've got their work cut out for them to try and hold out in this position. Not too many teams are going to come this way for them to get additional loot throughout all of this.
Razor and Splash.
A lot of the fight. Oh boy, this is a big fight. Yeah, it looks like turns was finished off though by Team Razor.
And Rice Krispie Treats just gets finished off as well. Nuke team going to go and finish that off with the longbow. Golden's going to get a knock onto Blueberry as well. So a lot of our partnered teams that are sitting at the bottom in that 5th through 8th area, 5th through 9 area, excuse me, are going to be biting the dust here fairly early with only 17 squads left. We've already lost 2 of our partnered teams.
We have a res coming out. Team Razor, are they going to try and get aggressive off of this just at that diner building? Not too far away from them. They've got a lot of tools to use, and does seem like another team might actually be getting aggressive on this res for now. Zeratricky, though, not too fussed as he's just trying to get that purple armor for himself. He's got plenty of ammo with that G7 Scout to at least secure the purple. Don't know if he'll be able to get the red off of this position itself, but oh my goodness, actually steals a kill. Shorosuke going down there to that one shot from the G7 Scout. So Zeratricky putting in some work for his squad.
Ooh, trying to steal that one as well. Meanwhile, we did see Z Davis, I believe, get a knock on into someone else. On a Splash. Not quite sure if it actually got thirsted too. That's big. Taking points away from Splash and adding them to the Pop-Tart side when you're sitting in that 4th, 5th area. Now comes the flank coming through. Z Davis has been looking so strong with the L-Star. He has to get out of dodge though. Shuts the door. Throws the bubble to watch his back as well. And then pushes right back into his team so he can try to finish this off and get the armor swap. Good execution from Z Davis and the Pop-Tarts team. His L-Star on point.
Here's Splash. This is the squad that was trying to punish that res, it does seem, and they'll be able to get the knock onto Rizuki. Should only be one player left for this squad now. They're trying to spot him out, but they're getting tagged up from every which way. There we go. Rockstar steal that one away, taking out Sneaky Monkey. But Splash are still in a good spot here, especially for this zone. Typically, this zone will pull in between that train station and the tower,
the big center building.
The big center building. So that open ground between the train station and the thermal and that tower is basically what we're looking at for this final circle. We'll get confirmation though as teams start getting that beacon for us.
To me, it's one of the more fun zones that we have because you see a lot of different layers of strategy that come through. Mainly playing that fence is going to be the big thing if it does rotate in between what we're talking about, and it's highly likely that it does. You see teams that play the high ground, the big middle area. You see teams that play the low ground beneath the ramps as well. Interesting. It continues to pull up over towards that north side, but a little bit more northwest. So that could maybe pull directly where Kimchi and the Rockstar squad is. Oh, man, it's going to be tough. I still got my money on what we were talking about, though. That either way, when you're locking these areas down, you're still in a great spot because you have so much real estate in front of you. Look at all the teams on the south-hand side, Jamerson, that have to make their way into Skyhook.
And Intel are looking to actually get involved. JIN find themselves in a fight right now up against another squad, Team Intel. You can see they're starting to triangulate on that position. They've got a crossfire set up as well. They've already lost out on one on the JIN side. They finish out the fight, but Team Intel have come in for the third party. There's the knock onto Jetski, and Ice once again, the only surviving member for JIN. Doesn't have his Beast of the Hunt. He won't have that extra movement here. And Intel are just stealing away so many kills right now here in game number 5.
Line goes down to a charge rifle. I don't think that's going to be that big of a deal. He should be able to get res from Z Davis with a bubble on the other side. But Ice is in a tough spot now because there was 3 or 4 squads in that fragment area. Volhurst is going to be on top of the case as well. I'm surprised that they haven't finished off Jetski yet and got his loot and started continuing to move around the map. They must be concerned about the other players in the area.
Yeah, just slow playing this one. There's no reason for Team Intel to get overly aggressive. They just need to secure these kills eventually, and they will. Jetski going down. So we have our Tomcat Ratcam once again. Ice readying it out for the JIN squad. We saw them start incredibly strong at the beginning of the day, but now they are faltering with the third parties proving to be too strong. Team Razor are set up in this northwest building. They don't have the ring information. They don't have the scan, but they're happy to see this pull up here, and they can play this position for some time, especially with the armor situation. They're basically, they were set for the late game just at the beginning there, especially off the Trials loot.
They're going to be stoked when they see where this next ring pulls, and I think they predicted this kind of right. This zone is unpredictable in terms of where it's going to go, if it goes Skyhook or if it goes here. But if it goes here, this is the game-winning spot, and that's why it's important to win this fight directly behind him. We saw the pinks going down on the minimap just a little bit earlier. This spot is highly contested because if it does end over towards that side on the opposite side of the train tracks or in the gully over there, this is the spot that you want to be. You have so much area to fend yourself off from people that are trying to make their angles over towards you. Defensive bombardment, very nicely done from Zeratricky. That should buy time. This is just round 2, though, so this team can sit inside the zone. That's more than enough to back them off temporarily, though, so they can heal. Well executed. Good timing from Zeratricky. Also nice time on the scan there from Baby Thule to continue to push these players back.
Yeah, if they can force them into trials right now, that would be perfect. But it looks like with that defensive arm going down, they'll be able to retake that height here as Baby Thule tries to get some shots off. He's going to have one last scan very shortly here, but he's going to be forced back. Team Razor were just getting poked at by Rockstar that entire time when they were trying to play the roof. So they don't have access to that roof to try and force the squad back. So Rockstar's doing a great job of putting on pressure across the map. But here with this ring pull, Razor are pretty happy now seeing that ring pull and having the information. Here we go, the peaks out. They're doing a lot of damage as the jump pad comes in. Defensive bombardment connecting onto Hakulo, but he's going to play the car for now. He's got the crossfire set up as well. It's Team Cheez It trying to put on the pressure onto them for the time being. And they'll actually swap positions here. They'll have the rooftop forcing them into the car. They've got the Arc Stars out as well. Team Razor, a little bit of a tough spot, but now they're seeing why Team Razor actually gave that up. Rockstar poking away at Cheez It now.
Again, we have a high probability of the zone pulling over here. If you see in that mini map, ooh, nice shots right there from Mollis. Mollis has been playing so well. Now they're going to send this into the train track, but meanwhile, Finicky takes a handful of damage. Hakulo counter sends it. Golden's going to answer right back. L-Star in hand right onto Zeratricky's dome, and he gets dropped with the rest of Team Razor. Cheez It taking the priority position away from Razor. You don't really expect Razor to lose a fight like that, but Team Cheez It stayed in. They never gave up, and they did a great job. But look at that south side of your map right now in the southwest of where this map overview is. The train tracks right there. There's a little ditch. That could be the spot that they're trying to play.
And that's why Rockstar were actually having their attention pulled away as Team Intel made that rotate in. They've lost out on one. I believe Verholst is down. So Rockstar, they wanted someone to try and push them. They needed the additional loot here. Verholst has been finished off throughout all of this. Team Intel trying their best to survive for now. And Rockstar aren't trying to overextend here, as they might actually afford them an opportunity to try and reset. But this cross angle being set up by Duke, forcing out the bubble as Skittlecakes is trying his best to survive on the other end. Port back though, or the Q back, and will they be able to secure Knock? Team Intel starting to turn things around. Knock's gas grenade onto the door here, and Team Intel, despite just being a 2-man, are punishing Rockstar now. Barreled down. They secure the kill at least onto Aves. And now it's down to a 2v2. Skittlecakes gets pushed. He will fall. Duke does get that bat off at the very least, but Kimchi Lee secures the thirst onto Skittlecakes now. And he's the only one up here. He does get the knock onto Crummy, but here's the third party now. Nestle Splash getting involved throughout all of this. They were over there, right there at the diner building. Now they have stolen away the power position here in this ring.
Perfect timing coming in from Splash. You love to see it. They really needed some sort of big game here going forward. Now they're going to get a lot of loot coming on from the Intel side. Crummy gets finished off as well. Got to give a lot of credit to Crummy, though, who was playing phenomenal on that Wraith. All of a sudden, he peeks out. I thought he was going to win that fight, but the shots were too strong. And now Splash is going to reap all the benefits of the early fighting that happened over towards this train area. Now the exciting part starts to happen here. Going from round 3 to round 4, we're going to find out exactly what zone this is.
Yeah. Will this go over towards Market? Will this still continue to favor train station? Or does this go up towards Cheez It side on that hillside? And it will be the hillside ending here. So Cheez It are extremely happy that they were able to clean up Razor early on. They'll have the buildings to play off of. They're the ones that are going to be the main gatekeepers. But Splash, they still have that the diner building to play off of. As you can see, Fearing, Live, and East State were actually just anchoring there and making sure that they had a foothold in this ring.
Let's go ahead and pop up the map and see exactly where all the teams are kind of perched up if we can, or maybe even see where Cheez It is to see what kind of angles they're going to have on everybody. So there we go. See a couple players locking down that big middle building, another team rotating late over towards the train station, 2 teams coexisting over towards the diner, and then 1 team locking where Razor was down, and then another team takes that A of the mountain that we're discussing before, where there's a little bit of a gully and a trench to play. You also have a lot of different head glitches with the rocks and a lot of different angles that you could take around the actual train tracks themselves. Sniper Meta, one of those teams on the high ground, they're going to have to full send now.
Yeah, they've already lost out on Protectable here. Bubble's been used from either side. Rolders was left by himself. Blight tries to get that ring of fire in, but it looks like Blockbusters will be able to clean them up. But they lose out. They lost out on Markley very early on. Here comes the nades, though. Now they have to start considering how they walk in with this one. RKT in a fight with Pringles, though, as Fury gets a knock onto Live now. That's going to be very bad timing for them. Pringles trying to push inside. Defensive bombardment has gone down to Presley, dropped down to about 25 HP. Scissors now trying to punish this res, but it looks like they'll be able to get it off, and now Pringles have to just back away from this one.
How did Presley live that long? Now he gets taken out. Arcstar's in hand for Scissors, trying to buy some time. Just use the bubble, so not going to be able to go for that bubble res, unfortunately. And now you see Fury using the knockdown shield. Also going to give a little uppercut there to try to get back inside the building. Presley, how are you avoiding all of these bullets?
This is insane. Team Pringles scrambling to recover, and they will be able to get him safe, covering a door with that jump pad as well. Luckily for them, no one on their second story, and so Presley will get right back into this. You can see the instant coverage as well as he's trying to res and heal himself up. Eastay will fall, fearing, Eastay still holding out, as it looks like Blockbusters are trying to push in right now. One of them going down. Shroom, the only one still up for his squad. Everyone's scrambling to try and steal away these kills here. But as you note, the next ring will go ahead and start pulling away towards the Easter egg bins. Team Cheez-It already in position for that, and Shroom realizing he did not really have much to play off of here with that ring pull. So he'll go down. Nestle Slash picking this one up. They are now in the top 5, and it's the final 5 full squads remaining.
And the chat slowly starts to chant Splash. Hopefully they can pull this out in Splash Week and make this race for 4th, 5th even more interesting. You can see the team that's locking down the Easter egg bins having a huge advantage. I believe Cheez-It decided that they wanted to go and play in the middle trench as well, and then all of these teams that have to rotate over towards that north hand of Skyhook will have their work cut out for them. And only one team from that side is going to be able to make it in while they're getting double gate kept from the west, from the north.
Yeah, good shots off onto Cheez-It there, and I think Cheez-It are just hoping that a squad like Splash ends up pulling and pushing the squad to the north right now. They're trying to put a lot of pressure onto Cheez-It, you can see from both teams right now, but eventually Splash has to deal with this squad right there with the scan went down. Maybe trying to pick up the kills could prove more valuable here, but now that means everyone else is cutting them off on the rotate. Their only option is to fight this squad with 10 seconds left to go. The ring's going to start forcing them into this fight earlier than they really want to take, but here they go. They need to win out this fight if they want any chance of finishing off this game.
Ooh, turns dropped immediately there. That was nice shots. Presley's there as well. I was wondering if they were going to go and take the low ground angle instead. Either angle was basically cut off from this team that's been sitting in the bins for quite some time. Fearing Live, no Nox gas grenade. The only thing that he really has in his favor is some amazing shots and a knockdown shield to work with. Can he go for it? Oh, man. Fearing Live.
Now,
everyone should be fearing this man. Holy goodness.
Now, they do finish off the last remaining members there, but Fearing Live will try and punish this re-knock, and he goes right into the caustic gas, but it doesn't matter. There we go. Stick Drift OP. Somehow recover Flinzard throughout all of this, but EXO is taking some damage there, and now he's got to be careful as Pringles pushes up. Luckily for them, they had to deal with another full squad there, and so they take him out. Now it's the final 3 members remaining, and this is crazy. The kind of geometry we have involved throughout all of this. Do they have a bubble to try and survive this? They're getting tagged up. They're getting shot up from Cheez-It on the northern side. Golden gets a knock onto Presley and Pringles. Luckily for them, because there's a 3rd squad, Golden cannot push. Cheez-It cannot push. And so a res does come out, and now they'll be able to actually get the full recovery.
This is the head glitches that we were talking about too. You have so many little ones that you could go and use. Very nice connections there from Fury. But look at that. Everybody resets now. Everybody with the full heals. We all know this situation. The first 2 teams to fight, basically griefing each other. But how do you get that to happen? You have to add pressure. You have to use your grenades, your utility, defensive bombardments, whatever that is, to go and push those two teams into each other. Looking at the scenario right now, seems to be that Cheez-It and Stick Drift OP would be the two teams to fight since they're both on the opposite side of this bridge. I want to see Pringles make sure that they don't overcommit towards this and not give up their spot on these head glitches.
Yeah, Moss is keeping an eye on the Stick Drift OP side, and they have committed on to the low. And so this is going to be perfect for Team Pringles. As you can see, that crossroads right there, that's where Stick Drift OP might be forced to fight. If they just actually hug around to the south side, they can actually avoid Cheez-It and then turn things around. Force Pringles into Cheez-It. Stick Drift OP is trying to cut them off, and that's exactly what you need to do. Make sure that this angle is cut off, and now they're going to be the ones to be able to play on the south. Zone is still pressuring up behind them, but you can see the head glitch slowly being taken away from Team Pringles. Stick Drift OP can play up the rocks. They've got the caustic. Their barrels are getting cleared out, though. EXO needs to be a little bit better about that. Another one getting cleared here. He needs to hold on to these for the late game. Defensive bombardment going down. Bubbles have been used as well. Strict Drift OP now will be forced forward because of that ring. Thermite connecting onto Sushi, and now here comes the full push out of Pringles. Team Cheez-It looking for the third party. Pringles only get one knock, and now Cheez-It, they smell blood in the water. They'll be able to finish this one off. Team Cheez-It bide their time, and they'll take game number 5.
Razor has to be kicking themselves in the butt watching Cheez-It win that fight after they had the priority spot. They called the zone correctly. They're so well rounded over towards the Skyhook side, but that's what you want to see from Team Cheez-It. If they brought that type of team fighting power every single game, they'd be one of our top 4 teams for sure.
Now we have to note that Team Intel did go down fairly early on in that game, so that creates an opportunity for our other squads to catch up. It was still, about a 40-point difference between first and third place. We'll see if enough was done. Heading into game number 6 to give us some spicy endings. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have the final game of the evening right after this.
Hey, what's up? My name is Turns, and I'm about to try the pineapple mango flavored splash. That's really good. It has the perfect amount of pineapple and mango. I would definitely recommend pineapple mango, but all their flavors are amazing. If you're ever thirsty while gaming or want to try a new drink, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and grab yourself some Splash. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and you're watching Splash Week.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true spot trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the balls to the brakes. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the go. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go.
What's your favorite splash? It's very refreshing.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Welcome back, folks. Cheez-It take their turn atop the lobby here and grab a game win in game number 5. And now we have just one game between us and finishing off open night here to kick off Splash Week. It's been a fun run here through tonight, and I'm excited to see how the standings look before we go into our final game. But we'll check on those when we go back to Jamerson and Tom here in a few. Let's check out our 5th player of the game for today, and it's going to go over to Golden. 5 kills and an assist to his name, and just shy of 1,100 damage in that one. And Cheese It playing that one well, slow playing. We just saw all 3 teams kind of setting up on opposite edges of that final circle, and the Jamerson and Tom were talking about, looked like Pringles had a good position, but the Cheez It squad was able to play patient, secure the third-party push, and that ends up giving them the win. So well played by Cheez It. They grab a win there, and this is a squad trying to battle back into that race for 4th place. They're going to have to keep playing like that if they want to have a shot to avoid relegations this season, but we'll have to see how things shake out in the final game. If you want to grab some Cheez-Its or maybe some other products from any of our partners, though, I have the place you can go. Just head over to walmart.com/esportsarena today, and you can grab products from anybody. Splash, Cheez-It, Razor, and more. Walmart.com/esportsarena is where you need to go. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, the final game of the day here for Splash Week Open Night. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, I'm just Gibby, and whether it's in game
You're in that choke point closer to Geyser. The fight going down over to the side that Eva ate from. Just Gibby.
or out of game, I hit all my shots. If you guys are ever looking for the latest gear or drinks, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and this is Splash Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Just before the break, we had Cheez It taking game number 5. And with Team Intel going down early now, the field might be left open. Let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see if anyone can contest for that first place position. And Stick Drift OP are the closest, but Team Cheez It do pull themselves in closer. It's still a 32-point difference, though, so they're going to have a massive game if Cheez It want to try and take the W, but they're at least putting themselves in position for a top 2 finish.
It is getting spicy for that second place right now. And I want to see if any of these partner teams are going to be able to take down Stick Drift OP, who I thought had a really smart Valkyrie rotation in that previous game. They took the spot right from Cheez It's nose. It was surprising to me that Cheez It was able to win that. They prioritized more of the gully instead of the Easter egg bins that you were talking about. I thought that the Easter egg bins is one of the more priority positions and that you get focused over towards the trenches, but somehow Team Cheez It milks their way back on over towards the side and gets the dub.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 5. And it was Stick Drift OP just taking the fight to them, bubbling early on, and Cheez It just wait it out. It's, again, that top 3 situation. You know, when the teams start fighting, when you see the trades, you just got to go ahead and full send it. And Team Cheez It, while they don't get all the kills here at the end, they at least secure the win, get themselves a plus 12. and then put themselves now in the running for second place at the very least.
I like the way that Finicky's been playing calm, cool, and collected the entire time too. It's pretty nice to see when things get hectic how just he's completely focused on where he needs to watch, where he needs to be, exactly what you need to do to get the dub there for Team Cheez It. But again, keep in mind how they were able to win this amazing fight against Razor. And Team Cheez It's always been the team where we don't say to me it's Razor the skirmish team, Intel the skirmish team, Cheez It the methodical team that plays the zone. If they, again, could come in with that firepower, if they can come in with the confidence in these fights, they already have the zone knowledge, and they've proved that throughout Season 3. So watch out for Cheez It if they play like that.
Yeah, and they put themselves within a stone's throw on the overall leaderboard. 30 points down from Nestle Splash, who hasn't been having the greatest of days here for the open night. And so now they're putting themselves in the running for that bubble spot, that 4th place position that Team Pop-Tarts currently are in. Luckily for Pop-Tarts, they have a 22-point lead over Nestle Splash. That would make it a 52-point lead over Team Cheez It right now. But when it comes down to the final 2 weeks, now we do have a race for that 4th place position. Remember, only the top 4 will avoid relegation, will avoid having to re-qualify for Season 4 of Series E.
And there's going to be other teams that come up from our open side, and we've seen so many great open teams. It's nice to see season after season more and more of these teams come together and put on impressive performances and get ready for the ALGS that's coming up too. So it's going to be perfect timing as we end this season. We get right back into the ALGS. We also get a little bit of a break to get back into Series E for the next season too. So really, there's no better time to grind that Apex out and to find out what type of team you are than right now. And we've seen Finicky in finals of the ALGS, as we've seen members of Team Cheez It do really well. And we've even seen a lot of our Series E teams pop off. There was a handful of times where we even thought, I think it was, Team Intel or it was Team Black, I believe they were going by, ESA Black. And then we had ESA White in the ALGS. Six and his team were sitting in first place for quite some time. It looked like they were going to win the thing.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises that they ended up getting picked up by Ghost. I mean, which I think is like a huge testament to what we do here at Series E, providing competitive avenues for our squads to really try and improve and get picked up. And so we're always happy when we get to see things like that. But here we go, heading into the final game of the evening on board with Team Cheez It, dropping over here at Lava Siphon, currently sitting on the white armors, but they should be able to pick up more. I mean, it's Lava Siphon. It's got so much loot to play off of. You can see the blue already coming in from Mollis there. But right now, Team Cheez It currently 4 points down from second place, so they can contest Stick Drift OP for that second place at the very least. It's going to have to be a very hard fragging game for them if they want to try and get the plus 32 that they need to try and overtake Team Intel. But if you're Team Intel, you love seeing this circle. Burhole
guess where this is going.
That beacon for himself, and this is going to be a hard geyser ending.
Yeah, I've never gotten this zone wrong before. This is a geyser ending, guys, just in case you're wondering. And it's most likely going to be that very back of geyser ending. You can see how heavily it's favored the Mounties. We don't have time to talk about that because the fight's coming through. Blueberry with the shots. Holy cow, those wingman shots were crucial to win that fight.
The other side tried to bring out the Revenant for this final game to have the silence.
Makes you want to win the fight even more.
But it wasn't enough. So Team Applejacks will be able to get the win. They've got the blue armors as well. Now they have to start looting up and start considering how they play this one. It does seem like they're going to have to just play the edge off of this one, especially when it pulls all the way over towards Geyser.
All right, let's take bets of what's in there. I was going to think, oh, nope.
Hey.
I was going to think maybe gold armor, but, you know, we'll take that mag, 1000%. It's better than half the things that I get. Usually I get absolutely nothing. Protectful coming in with the heals. Looks like there is going to be another 50-50. This 50-50 wasn't happening previously, so somebody must have changed up their land spot onto sniper meta, going over towards the back of the Slobber Fisher side. I love that grenade over towards the spiral. But they have to focus over towards what's going on the top side. It's Crummy with a flank. Wow. And a second knock. Now it's a one-on-one situation. What's Blake going to be able to do? He has the purple armor. It's fairly healthy as well, but he gets ripped into the back. Ooh, nice shot there. And then switching on over to the EVA 8 purple mag. Woo, Blight with the clutch.
Yeah, I respect what Rockstar tried to do and get going in this final game. Early rotation out from Countdown and try to punish whoever's playing up and the Lava Siphon side, but Sniper Meta is just not the squad that you want to try and fight early on. So I'll be able to survive that one. Rockstar is going to have an early night off. Now we're already down to 17 squads remaining, so the pace just staying really high throughout our last 5 games. I mean, game number 1 just seemed to be a huge outlier where we had, like you said, Tom, 20 teams by like ring number 3, which is something we would see in like an ALGS finals. But when it comes to open nights, when it comes to qualifiers, expect this kind of pace.
Definitely, especially in a final game too, where things are just going to get absolutely litty. And Blight kind of setting the tone for how this game is going to be played and how these skirmishes are going to look, with everybody trying to put up a massive point total to try to catch up to Intel. I mean, you're going to have to clear half the lobby if you want to catch up to them, because now they're already making their way on over towards Geyser. It's going to be highly unlikely that they don't pick up a handful of points this game. So could be a victory lap here for Team Intel.
Ooh, they might get some free kills here as well. Dead slide on that last player, but it does seem like they do make it in safely. So Team Intel, they're not going to have the option to really try and play for that back corner. Instead, they're just going to take one of the buildings inside Geyser proper. They have that caustic to play off of, so all these hallways will be littered with the caustic barrels just to watch their back for now. But you have to imagine that they're going to keep their eye on that back pocket inside basically the respawn buildings just to their east. But for the time being, they'll just play here.
And why not? You still have a couple of different options if you wanted to. Maybe Valkyrie bubble out to the very back if you really need to rotate towards this open area of Geyser. And, you know, we've seen them do it before, too. When we're not even in early zones, they're rotating late before, especially in that fragment zone, moving on over towards the train track ending. Complete confidence the way that Intel's going to make their decisions going forward. Now back on board with the team that won the previous game. They're trying to move up on that accumulative leaderboard. It's going to be Cheez It and Golden now with that Beast of the Hunt trying to track out where these players are coming from. Nice shots, good tracking right there. A couple scout shots doing 50 damage, but it's a stick on a Mollis. Oh no, that was horrible.
Now he might be able to trade back, slowing down this Gibraltar, and actually that was the final member remaining, but the third party is already coming in. As you can see, Golden and Finicky trying to survive, but Finicky's fallen now. Golden left in a 1v3. D. Borden coming up, clean them out. Now Golden will have another scam, but he gets flanked this time around. And hopefully Lightstar Joe comes in to help out, taking out one member of RCO, but it might have just been a third party from the Geyser area. As you can see, the res is being hit up as JIN push the bubble. They get the re-knock onto Holiday. Jetski backs away for the rest of his squad to try and deal with this now. Quick armor swap as well. And so RCO are out. JIN have full control now over Grandma's house.
Please keep fighting here. I want to see how many death boxes we could get outside Grandma's house. It's, you know, there's no apple pie sitting outside the window, just a bunch of death and blood and a bunch of kills going on over now to JIN. We're picking up a lot of loot and a lot of armor swaps there if another third party does come through. But the fighting doesn't stop now. RNS with a huge position now, having to win this fight inside the tunnel.
Yeah, 2 whites, unfortunately for them, but big damage out from Shosuke along with Rizuki. They got 2 knocks as they play into the choke, but the flank, is it not enough? RNS do survive, but will the third party come out from the teams that playing the respawn building? It looks like RNS will be safe to do so. No one really trying to give up a position for now. Nice scan out from Shosuke, keeping their back clear, and you can see teams do not want to give up their positions inside of Geyser now. Stick Drift OP, another one of our caustic teams, basically mirroring what Team Intel are doing on the south side. They're just controlling the chokes for now and picking up free kills. Here's Team Pringles coming in for the third party, though. There's a knock right underneath them as Scissors throws in that knuckle cluster, getting really no information, unfortunately, with that one. But Pringles are still going to be happy to be playing this choke, especially with the armors that they have right now. Didn't even realize that Fury is also on the horizon.
Let's see what this composition's all about. I think it's a little bit of a troll composition, to be honest with you. I'm not sure how much Horizon we're going to see going forward, but Horizon's still one of the more fun legends to play. And what is up with that barrel? Looks like a Christmas ornament out here on World's Edge.
Yeah, they'll have plenty of additional cover to work with. The replicator coming in for them, and it's all about, if you're running this caustic for this choke, making sure that your barrels are set up behind you right now. Ooh, we've got a rotate coming out. That squad just deciding they no longer want to play inside Geyser right now. I think having to deal with all the caustics in the area, yeah, I'm gonna easily nope out of that one.
And it's funny to watch how the Valkyrie caustic teams and also the teams that are sitting in first and second right now are mirror images of each other, like you were discussing. One on one side of Geyser, the other on the other side, with very similar, if not exact same compositions. And now you have Pop-Tarts, who we saw them start to get warmed up in the previous game in the same exact building that they're in now. So it's gonna be hard for these other teams to push over towards back where especially Rice Krispie Treats is locking down. High probability that it ends back here. There's two really popular endings. One's on each side of the door. You have another one that happens over towards the 3 bins, and then you have another that happens over towards the back respawn area. So either way, Rice Krispies has all of that area under control.
Yeah. Lightstar Joe with that blue Evo shield. He's got plenty of ammo in that longbow. And really, very few teams can try and pressure them. We do have one team inside the vault right now. I believe that was RNS playing off of it, but they're under no pressure to move whatsoever. They're going to wait out for the ring to close at the very least before they make their next move. For now, 13 squads, 38 players remaining, meaning one squad is down to a duo currently, but it's all full squads basically along the ways. Nice long-range fadeaway shot from Lightstar Joe. Still has some work to go. 114 damage away from that purple Evo. With plenty of targets ahead of him. As you can see, the 6X will be putting in work for him.
This could be a great opportunity while things slow down to kind of pick up the map, and that gives us an idea of where everyone's set up and then where everyone's going to rotate for where our next area of fights are going to be, because we know it's going to pull back here, but we want to see basically where everybody's filtering towards and what kind of style they're playing. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 teams inside Geyser, one team over there towards the right-hand side in the tunnel. Where are the rest of these squads going to make their way from? Nestle Splash, they're fighting on the edge. They also have the scan for knowing it's going to go in the back of Geyser too. So eventually they're going to be that team that has to take the fight here inside the tunnel. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Someone just 3-2-1 on to Fearing live there. So now Nestle Splash going to fight into a 2v3. Defensive bombardment has gone down, trying to force them off of that respawn beacon. But Fearing live is still basically in the middle of nowhere right now. He's getting thirsted off. He will get finished. Now Nestle, they secure his banner at the very least, but have to run away from this. It's Dark Matter that showed up for this. Just great lurking coming out from them, but Athgram might go down. Fury playing off the choke is able to get that knock on to him, and he was a Gibraltar, so they won't have the bubble res, but he makes it safely behind cover at the very least. Nice scan out there from Caps. They will be able to get him back up, but he's getting shot up from the team that's over at Overlook, and oh boy, things are not looking good for Dark Matter.
Gonna have to give him the good old uppercut in the rear end, but there's so many grenades. There's the Horizon black hole as well. Things just went from bad to worse here for Zerk in the Dark Matter squad. I mean, everything was, looking solid for a second, and then it went pretty bad fairly quickly. Here goes the zone closing. Everyone's gonna see where round 3 is gonna be moving, and all these teams basically fighting just to take on. It's like when you first started playing Mortal Kombat and you have to just take everybody out before you get to the final characters. That's basically what's going to happen here, as Sniper Meta is hoping to be that team that makes their way from No Name into the Geyser tunnel.
It's a 3v2. Zero Tricky actually going down, so another clutch going up for this one. So I'm surprised. Where the hell is the rest of Team Razor throughout all of this right now? Sniper Meta picking up some much needed kills here, and along with some great loot. That's of course the Trials loot that they pick up off of that body, so I wouldn't be surprised if they got like a gold bag and other goodies throughout all of that. But now they have to deal with these chokes. Multiple avenues of approach for getting into Geyser here, but we already know that teams are set up to try and gatekeep. So Sniper Meta is making sure that they have plenty of time to try and deal with these squads with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go before the zone even starts closing.
50% on that defensive bombardment. I believe that should be enough that when they get to a point where they may need it, he'll have it. But the problem is now you made your way indoors, so that's to negate that utility if you have it. Razor still in this one. Hackula on the Tomcat Rat Cam has been playing one of our best Octanes that we've seen in a while today. This game, unfortunately, not going their way as they lost both players. Now Zara Tricky most likely won't be able to get that banner, and Hakulo is going to have to play this one solo. Gold helmet? What is that? Do you get your bounce pad a little bit faster? Okay. We'll take that.
Yeah, you have no cooldown on your stim, essentially. I mean, it was already on like a 1 second cooldown after the stim ran out. Seems like they're going to be fighting over here, and it's going to be Blockbusters actually trying to make the push. You've got the barrels going in. They've already gotten 1-2 knocks, and it's just the last member of JIN remaining. Blockbuster take no damage really there, but here comes the third party attempt. Is that going to be Hakulo trying to get the third party? It's a 1v3 for him, but you might as well try and find whatever you can. Did some damage, but the armor swap is there for Blockbuster, and Blockbuster are fighting this like they think it's actually a full 3 coming in for the third party, but it looks like they will be able to clean them up, and there we go. They do have that western edge cleared out, and now we're seeing the ring actually pulling away from that back pocket. So this is going to be a big question mark about where it ends. So I think a lot of focus is going to be put on that Geyser, the redeploy area as RKT are getting pushed. Now Sneaky Monkey gets the first knock onto Clinical. RNS now have the 3v2. They go for the quick reset as well and full heal to try and take this fight. Bubble has been forced out, and there is the scan as well. There's not going to be an opportunity to try and go for the res. RNS will bubble down and now make the push for themselves as they force them back on the other side of this one. Oh no, the raid queue, just the wrong time to try and block off, at least with the portal there, but RNS should be able to finish this one off. Now they have a very strong building, getting rid of that squad and getting the res onto Rizuki.
And there's one of the endings that we were discussing. It's potentially over towards the 3 bins on the side, where I would say Intel is already making their posturing towards that side, right? They're trying to own that real estate with Dupe playing underneath the banners. You could see Lions Alive for Team Pop-Tarts and Z Davis in the smaller building in the direct middle. Those are the players that are actually getting shot at by Skittle Cakes as well. So Intel's loving the position that they have because now they are gatekeeping with Caustic on all these teams that picked the wrong side of Geyser, and they have high probability of getting the end zone either at their building, more mid towards the Geyser like you were saying, or maybe even towards the bins over towards the side. The triple take in these scenarios has to be so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, he's 214 damage off, and he's got plenty of shots still left with this triple take, but 7 full squads remaining for this circle, most of them huddled on that northern side. Team Intel doing a great job of keeping them at bay, but here comes our next Valkyrie Ultimate trying to get that high ground position away, and so Team Intel lose out on priority for that now. So they're going to be relegated to playing inside the building here, but they're going to kind of hope that the squad that was playing that back pocket will actually kind of pressure the squad that just went for that Valkyrie Ultimate. Skittle Cakes some great damage off. He's just one more shot away from getting that red Evo for himself.
I'm fairly certain the Valkyrie team that rotated through, oh, they're coming off of the high ground too. I think that was Stick Drift OP. I'm pretty sure they're still in this one. The triple take shots are just envious right now. I mean, he's hitting Valkyries in the air. He's hitting players as they're falling down. That's more than enough damage to say, hey, let's go and send this. Double bubbles coming in as well. Skittle Cake's feeling so confident. He's not even going to loot. Perfectly timed on the Nox Gas grenade as well. Maybe not connecting for as much as he was hoping for, but still probably splitting that team up as Dupe's going to come in with the defensive bombardment to boot. Waiting for those bubbles to go down. Very well timed coming in. And now they're going to go and just add that aggression. Perfectly timed from Intel.
Ooh, defensive bombardment though will stagger Skittle Cakes, but he should be safe. It's now Pop-Tarts finding themselves sandwiched in between Team Pringles and Team Intel. And Team Intel, well, it looks like they might be able to secure a third win here. Fury taking a lot of damage is forced back. Scissors is the only healthy one alive as they're trying to go for that res now. Zone closing in on them, and he is safe, and so they should be able to get the res here. But will the re-knock come out? As the push comes out, Pop-Tarts getting cleaned up slowly but surely. So it might just come down to a final 3v3 between Pringles and Team Intel.
That's what it's looking like right now, and Team Intel's done such a good job of filtering the fighting for these two teams towards each other. It looks like that's going to be all she wrote coming in for Pop-Tarts, going out in third place. Now it's that head-on 3 versus 3 that you were talking about, Jamerson. Pringles versus Intel. Can Intel take half of the games in the lobby today? They won the first 2. 51 points after the first 2 games. Skittle Cakes with the triple take. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, giving him a double take, and that's the first knock. Presley goes down. Team Intel will take 3 wins overall today. That should propel them into triple-digit territory as well. It all comes in 3s. GG's to Team Intel. We're going to take one last break while our admins, of course, tally up the final results. And when we get back, well, we'll let you know how much Team Intel won by. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
So I've been playing Apex Legends for about a year and a half, and what really got me into it was one of my COD friends told me about this game that like came out at the time. It just came out, but I just thought it was like a break from COD, but it ended up being the main game I ended up playing.
Because he knows that he has more of those traps to block that rotation.
Gentrifying actually getting the knock onto Pringles, I believe, as the push comes out. Gentrifying tries his best. He secures at least an additional kill point.
Team Splash, I mostly just play support, but from time to time I like to frag out.
There's a Caustic on the other side as well, and they're taking the ring damage, so they've got to be careful now as they move forward. The EVA 8 shots do connect. The Mills is the first one to fall, and that's gonna...
My main legend, obviously, is Gibraltar, but my favorite gun combo probably has to be R301 EVA 8 or R301 Prowler.
Here, but here comes Nestle to try and finish them all off. Guppy pushing forward with the Prowler now. He's got the
playing with turns in Malice Mamba. It's been an experience. It's a learning experience, and I'm glad I'm learning from it. It's my first real taste in like competitive Apex, because I recently switched to PC a couple of months back. If you guys are ever looking for the latest gear or drinks, head over to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Splash, and this is Splash Week.
There we go. Now you can hear me. Now you can hear me. It's been a long day. Team Intel end up taking 3 out of the 6 games today, and what looks to be their second 100-point-plus performance of the season. Incredible there from Team Intel, and they cap it off, obviously, with the dub here in game number 6. Let's check out our final player of the game here. Is it going to be Verholst or Skittlecakes? It's going to go to Skittlecakes. 3 kills and 4 assists. And look at that, over 2,400 damage. So Skittlecakes looking real good today, along with the entire Team Intel squad. And they're looking to build on that lead in first place. We'll probably check those cumulative standings when we go back to Tom and Jamerson, but they've got to be feeling really good right now. They're trying to chase down that 1,000-point threshold here with just a few more weeks left in the season, and this performance tonight is going to go a long way towards that. So we're going to go back to another quick break. When we come back, though, we'll get the final results for the day with our final Mobile One leaderboard. Check out the best high-performance moment of the night, and I'll be back to close the show, so we'll see you in a few.
Hey, what's up? I'm Mamba, and I hit my shots.
Throwing them in, they should be able to get the knock very shortly here. It's Malice Mamba using the passive from that.
It's like I hit my water bottle flips. Alright, this is how I do it. Oh! Alright, that's the one. That's the one. That's gotta be the one. You guys ever thirsty? Want to try a new drink? I recommend Splash. It's a really good drink. Just head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex for Team Splash, and you're watching Splash Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, welcome back to Series E. 3 out of our 6 games won by Team Intel. So they will undoubtedly be taking the dub tonight, but it's about who came in second place. Let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see who that will be. And it will be Stick Drift OP taking second place. Team Intel with the win, hitting the triple digits, 104 points across 6 games.
You'll love to see the 104-point total. Team Intel loving that. They are just thuming. We want to see them apply that in the Pro Day tomorrow, though. Stick Drift OP, congratulations on that second place. Blockbuster, though, too. They've been consistent over these last couple of weeks. Another team to watch out on as we go through these next couple of weeks of Season 3.
Yeah, they're definitely a fun, open team to watch, especially when it comes to the team fighting there. Let's go ahead and take a look at our final Mobile One high performance moment there in game number 6. And it's just about the finish. As soon as you see the trades, and you can see Pringles trying to make that full push on out. It's the 3v3 that it comes down to, but Team Intel just bide their time. They have the HP advantage and everything. So it's just another perfect ending for Team Intel.
And Fury just needed to heal, like you were saying. They have that HP advantage, and Presley's feeling himself in terms of the angles, but it took Fury so long to lay down that med kit. I think that if he pops that just a little bit earlier, Presley could have popped that a little bit earlier too. They would have had a little bit better angles. What do you do when Skittle Cakes is just not missing with the triple take, though? He's tossing out barrels so he can use them as extra head glitches. 60, 56 into a 93 right there. Ridiculous. Flicking, he was hitting players in the air as well as they're Valkyring out over towards the side, and you could see why Intel is playing on all cylinders right now. Everybody's doing their job. Skittle Cakes is playing an amazing caustic. Dupes his bubbles and reses his thought process. Defensive bombardments are on point. And then Forholz has to be one of our sneakiest players that we have in Series E.
You usually don't get to see a triple take getting brought into the late game like that, but he really used it to its full extent. So congratulations to Team Intel for taking the win tonight. Let's hope that they can bring the same kind of fervor into our Pro Night tomorrow. So we will be back, Tom and I, tomorrow at 4 p.m. for our Pro Night. So make sure, of course, you guys have that time set aside. We're going to go ahead and send it back over to Yeso to close out the show. Have a good night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, there you have it, folks. Jamerson and Tom, great cast on the day. Always a pleasure to listen to you two, so please give them some love in the Twitch chat. Team Intel, grab it, 104 points. Again, their second performance this season with over 100 points on a single night. So very impressive there from Team Intel, and they capture their third open night victory of the season. So absolutely love to see that, and they're looking like strong candidates to capture the championship here this season. Do need to see them, as Jamerson mentioned, push this kind of momentum and performance into Wednesday night success. They've been good on Wednesdays, but haven't been able to top the charts. We'll have to see if maybe this week they can do just that. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. A lot of fun games here today. A lot of good action, especially if you're an Intel fan. If you did miss tonight's action, maybe if you can't make it tomorrow, I will be recapping here everything that happened in Series E and talking about a whole lot going on in the Apex community as a whole every single Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific time on our recap show Final Circle, so don't miss out on that. But of course, Pro Night tomorrow. Jamerson mentioned it. We're live right here at 4 p.m. Pacific at twitch.tv/esportsarena for Pro Night. We're going to have TSM, G2, C9, some of the biggest pro squads in the world coming to compete with our partnered teams with some big cash online. So don't miss out on that. Hope you enjoyed the show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining me here, for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you again next time.